Good morning, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed speakers, and valued delegates. We welcome you all to second edition of Pharma Tech Converge 2026, Augmented Intelligence, Transformative Therapies, hosted by IIHMR Bangalore.
The pharmaceutical industry today stands at the convergence of science, technology, and human intelligence. In this evolving landscape, the role of pharma is not only to innovate, but also to intelligently integrate technology with the healthcare systems to create meaningful, scalable, and patient centric outcomes. I am Kanupriya, and alongside me, I have Ms. Astha Kumari and Dr. Pooja Gupta, students of PGDM in Hospital and Healthcare Management at IIHMR Bangalore. It is our privilege to welcome you all as the host for today's event. Today's conclave brings together thoughtful leaders to explore the intersection of science, technology, and healthcare delivery.
We begin our session with an insightful presentation, tech that will positively impact the pharma industry. From R&D to patient care, emerging technologies are reshaping the entire pharma value chain. Innovations such as AI-driven drug discovery, digital health platforms, and advanced analytics are enabling faster decisions, improving efficiency, and enhancing patient outcomes. This session highlights the key developments driving meaningful impact and helping the industry stay adaptive, competitive, and future ready. I request Ms. Rubal Sabarwal, Agentic Thought Leader, Founder and Principal Consultant, Rubal Sabarwal Advisory, to present her insights.
Hello everyone. Before we move ahead with the presentation, I would want to do a quick sort of a quiz. So how many of you would know that how many manufacturing units we have in India for pharma specifically? How many? 30,000? Okay. And what is our global ranking in innovation? Anyone, any random number will do. No idea? Top 20. Okay, that's okay. We are not top 20, but we are not very bad, but we are not there yet either. Let's see where we are. Okay, so we have more than 10,000 units for sure. Just wanted to tell you that as India, we are a pharma hub. We are the pharmacy of the world. We have so many units that are manufacturing units for us. We have 3,000 plus pharma companies, as I mentioned here. We have 650 plus FDA approved facilities. And we have so many 4,000 plus solutions, enormous on the go as well. So we are the global leader for sure in manufacturing, which is huge, which is very beautiful. However, this pointer doesn't work, sorry. Okay, so not 20, we are at global level 39, which is not that great. I mean, we are producing lots and lots and lots of molecules, but there's no medicine. What do we do with molecules? We are spending so much money on generating molecules, but where is the medicine? That's taking like really, really long time to come. And again, with academics and pharma collaboration, industry collaboration, we rank as 86, which is very far, which is actually very fair. I think this initiative that we have today is really great because that might bring our number pretty up because now we are collaborating between pharma and academics. That is pretty much required. We cannot continue to study the same books forever. We need to bring the technology in. So that will actually change the industry collaboration quite a bit. The major other problem is slow drug discovery. So how much time it takes? Any one of you? 20 years. And how much money? More than 1 billion. Okay, that's a good number. It's quite a bit actually. So what is the problem like? Why do we take that much of time? Anyone? No, we do have R&D, but I would not call it lack of investment in R&D. That's why we have so many manufacturing units. We do a lot of R&D. It's just that we take a lot of time to do that. It's It is very complex. Certainly, it is very complex. So we have to think it's human life involved. Any pharma drug that is going out without a proper trial, we have seen what happened in COVID times. Quick drugs coming out without proper testing, so many lives at stake. So pharma is one of the industry which is very important, at the same time very, very sensitive. So we have to be very cautious about the R&D part, the trial part, and of course how we use the technology as well in the system as well. So I feel paperwork also is a big problem. There's a lot of regulations which need a lot of paperwork, and that takes like forever. So we are basically producers versus inventors. We produce a lot, but we don't invent as much. So yeah, so we see that though we do quite a bit of clinical trials, but 80% of them mostly fail, which is very sad. There's like around more than 2 billion. One of you said 1 billion, but more than 2 billion goes into bringing a drug to the market, which is a lot of money, a lot of money. Is it fair? Perhaps not. Is it fair to the patients? Perhaps not. Think about all those diseases like cancer, or the ones which are life-threatening diseases, or genetic diseases which we still don't have a cure for. If it's taking 20 years to come, to in 20 years we have 30 more problems coming in our way. Is it fair for the human being? Maybe not. So we need to change the timing for sure. Timing is a big thing. I am not promising anything on money, because even AI is expensive, technology is expensive. So even if you bring in technology, you might reduce the time for sure. Monetary part will take some time while the technology matures. Okay. So what is the industry reality like? Why do we take so much time? What is exactly happening in the market? We have a R&D cost, and it's increasing. The more we are spending in tech, the more we are spending on humans in terms of trials, in terms of drug discovery, in terms of technology. The cost of R&D is very, very heavy. There are trial delays for multiple reasons. Again, approvals is one area, testing is one area, patient recruitment is another area where you can do a trial on patient, human trials. Regulatory complexity is another area where the regulatory, as much as it's important, but because of unnecessary or long documentation or long queuing in that area, we end up actually slowing down the whole process. Now there is a talent gap. In Kannada, we call it actually talent hardbeku. Right? I'm sorry, my Kannada is a little rusty. I'm trying a little, but yeah. So there's no talent. What do you mean by there's no talent? All of you guys are learning here. Anyone want to contribute to it? Why do we call that we have less talent in pharma? Can you be a little louder? Domain specific talent. What do you think we need? Okay, 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 okay. But without having approval or clinical trial, or we cannot actually run it into the market. It is a bottleneck for sure. But at the same time, if I run without the testing, it's human life at stake. So can't we improve that? Can't we speed that up? Expedited moment to market can be done for sure. But what happens is, I feel that government is now investing quite a bit. I mean, 10 years back, maybe the investment was not same. So I've been part of this web community, which is women entrepreneurial platform, which is from Niti Aayog and G20. There are n number of opportunities now to gain the skill, get the money from government, and they're trying to invest into it. It's just that we don't have awareness at this stage. I feel that even government is doing a lot of work. I think there's a lot of work required on marketing and campaigning and letting people know that they can gain the skill. So with the talent, I think there's a marketing skill. Maybe I should have added that also, that government need to market it a little more. So we've been talking about the issues and everything. All of you use AI, ChatGPT, Claudes and everything? How much? What is your work percentage with Claude and ChatGPT? All the assignments? Or all the projects? Sorry, I didn't get this right. For everything? Okay, great. So whenever you are using ChatGPT or Claude, just a pointer. Please go to the privacy settings. Remove one of the privacy setting which says save my chats, for future discussion purposes. What happens is when you are saving your personal chats, when you are doing all of the data analysis using chat GPTs and Claudes, they are storing all your personal data. Okay, and your data is public. You've signed that agreement, so they are not at law at that. But please do that, because once you are doing all of that, your drug discovery discussions, your research paper discussions, your story which you are maybe presenting to your teachers and everything goes out. Every information, for instance, even if you put your personal data in terms of your investment papers or your documents or your research papers, before even you present it to public like this or in a forum like this, it will go out. Because someone would have read it, they would have said, ChatGPT will come to someone and say, hey, you know what? I know that there's another area you can research on. Now your thoughts, your ideas are already with the artificial intelligence, and it's getting very smarter day by day. Like, all the frameworks that we think about and we just verify with ChatGPT, it stores and it can recommend someone else also that, hey, there are few more new frameworks in the market. Why don't you just try and test it? It's just that you need the right question there. So is it adoption problem for AI? No, we know how to use AI, at least on the basic level, prompt engineering level. Basic level we've all learned for now. But strategic application, one of the basic example I just said that, change your privacy setting while you're using basic AI. But are we using strategically? Or are we just using like a chat partner, we are just typing something, it's answering us something, finishing our homework and everything. Are we actually using it strategically? Anyone can add what is strategic usage means? What is strategic usage of technology and AI? When you have a result in mind, when you know that I want a certain type of ROI, this is my idea, and these are the steps that I would want to expedite. Strategically, you define your journey, and then you tell the AI to support you. AI is very beautifully designed to support you. It can actually tell you which path to take only if you train it well. It is as good as a trainer or a toddler to whom you have fed all your documents. But again, word of caution, every time you are using AI, please make sure you are not giving your personal data. You're only using dummy, and you're making sure your privacy settings are changed. I do this again and again because ethical and secure use of AI is very, very important. And I will, I think, continue to say multiple times as well. So you guys might get bored, but I really want this to be repeated so many number of times that it just stays here that I am not secure when I'm using AI. Okay. Sorry for this hand movement. This is what is given to me. So, in the pharma industry, AI can be used very beautifully. There are multiple type of AI. Before I get further to this, I would want to know if anyone knows what is agentic AI. Anyone? Just raise your hand. There's no perfect answer. What is agentic AI? All of you using AI, ChatGPTs and stuff. At least tell me what it is. Okay, you raise your hand.
Actually, it's a representation of me. Whatever I've taught it, it will be doing without my. Every time I'm asking it to do, it will be doing it on its own. So whatever I've already told it to do, I've created my duplicate maybe what I want to get it done from it. So it will do doing on its own whatever task I've assigned.
Okay, that's the simplest way of saying it, but it's a good answer. Agentic AI can actually simplify your complex processes. For instance, if you're supposed to do a patient trial, and if you really want to recruit patient, you can actually design a model which says, I want a patient with certain genome, certain criteria, certain age group. Can you help me filter the data? So you can define the processes, and then of course you can ask it to send the email to those people and standard email and get connected with them, send them a reminder, send them acceptances. So you can simplify the processes for sure. Then what is Gen AI? What is explainable AI? Use your GPT. Do a quick research and tell me. Read and tell me. I mean, at least read and tell me. Okay. In terms of pharma, explainable AI is where it can explain you why it is doing whatever it is doing, and what are the flaws in it also. It openly comes and says, In this drug testing, these can be the flaws, these can be the assumptions, these can be the issues. That is more of explainable AI, okay? And in pharma, that is most recommended. Healthcare, that's most suitable. So just setting up a process without understanding what are the problem areas, it doesn't work really well. So I'm part of one project in which we talk to AI, we teach it every aspect of failure, every aspect where it can fail, the systems can fail. That way, we are trying to make it more robust. So, as when it is interacting with humans, it can give them a checklist of issues that it can get into, and people have to check that. And we do really want to make sure that human interaction doesn't go away. We want human in parallel to technology for sure. So, one of you just mentioned that R&D is missing in India, but that is the first stage. That is the very first stage of any drug discovery or any pharma industry. We put pharma industry in 3 core layers. First will be your R&D layer, where you're discovering the drug, the trials are happening, the preclinical and the clinical trials are happening. The second is your operational part of it. Once the drug is ready, what do? You sell it to your manufacturing units, they pick up the molecules and get ready, with the product. Then you solve the supply chain. The third layer is commercials. What price to sell at? The dangerous the problem, the higher the price. And of course, the R&D work is very high for those drugs. And the cost of getting those drugs out is very, very high. The cancer drugs are very expensive for that reason. A lot of genetic drugs are very heavy for that reason. Let's take a quick look at what is noise and what is actually working in pharma. So these are multiple applications. I don't want to read through. I think you guys can look at it. I just explained the 3 layers, from drug discovery to pharmacovigilance. Anyone want to explain me what is pharmacovigilance? You guys all are pharma students. This you should know. What is pharmacovigilance? Louder, please. Reporting and monitoring.
Reporting and monitoring.
Okay, okay. Will it ensure its drug is safe, the reporting and monitoring?
In few cases.
In few cases. What about the rest of the cases?
That's the reason for monitoring and.
Okay. The reason for monitoring is that you pick up all the cases, not few cases. Drug safety is one very important area where I feel is you would need AI quite a bit, because it's a place where errors can happen quite a bit. In my understanding, at least with whatever research I have done on pharma and whatever study I have done on pharma, from drug discovery to the time it comes to the market, every stage is pretty important, and you need to kind of make sure that you're using technology properly, and you cannot miss, no stage cannot be missed, no area cannot be missed. You cannot say some cases, it is very difficult. We at this stage we go at a certain percentage of accuracy, but that accuracy rate has to be improved. I mean, we say, okay, the drug can be passed at a certain percentage, if they pass certain clinical trial. One of you can tell me, I mean, you guys are more aware of pharma than me. What is the percentage when you say clinical trials are successful and then we can get it out? What is the percentage it should be? You're monitoring, what is the percentage? Some cases it should be 5%, 10%, 20%. Don't worry, I'm not picking up on anyone I'm trying to interact. So it's not a test or something. No teachers of yours will remember this after this. We'll do some brainwash drug or something for them. But please tell me, any teachers? What is the percentage which is considered as accuracy rate for a drug to go out in the market? 100%. Does it go at 100% ever? Or we fake up numbers? So I don't have a perfect number. I'm trying to understand from you guys. 85. Okay. 67. But there's a lot of error still, right? 37% error. And do we look for proteins and human genome as well? Because every human being, what we are understanding more about DNA now, we are understanding every DNA is different, every story is very different. Okay. Okay. So in that case, we are going very specific. Great. Okay. And is it something where you feel that AI usage will be very helpful? Because it'll expedite quite a bit. Okay, okay. So I will run through few of the slides. I think you guys are pretty aware about the steps to be taken in, drug discovery and research and stuff. I'll not go in detail, but I'll just briefly tell you how will AI impact in these areas. Okay. So I have very few minutes left, so we'll quickly interact through. They have given me a timer. So in drug discovery and research, we can cut early stage timing. Okay. So there is target and molecule identification, protein structures, and multiple things. So we really need to cut the timing. Preclinical research, from toxicity to the biomarker, I think it reduces the failure points. So when we use AI, we can try to cut on the failure points. On the clinical trials, we can get the trials faster. I gave one example just now that if you recruit the patients faster, the dropout rate gets better. Then we have regulatory affairs. This is pretty useful use case. It's already in place. If you really want to use, we can borrow it from other industries. A lot of manufacturing units are already using it. If your documentation is proper, if you can automate most of it, you can get faster approvals with lesser number of errors because your data is being checked continuously by AI and you're feeding it with your data. Pharmacovigilance, we just spoke about it. We need to have a proper risk assessments. Okay, so if we do proper risk assessments, we can have a faster safety insights. Manufacturing quality. See, manufacturing quality is one area I really want to touch upon a little bit more. See, when you are discovering a drug or manufacturing a drug, you really maintain some temperatures and some areas where you really need to make sure that your units are maintained well. So it's called predictive maintenance. You assume that your parts or the product parts will go off every now and then, and you maintain them beforehand. So if the life of a unit is, or a technical unit is 20 days or 30 days or 10 years, you actually predict that and try to solve it sooner. Okay, and there are other factors around it, power fluctuations, XYZ things, all that have to be considered. But with the help of AI, we use a lot of IoT sensors in manufacturing these days, with which you can do predictive maintenance very quickly. So 5G and IoT together can actually lead to a lot of predictive maintenance. With the help of AI, obviously, we can make it better because now we know which parts are failing faster, which parts are ready to go off. I'm sure no one is interested in supply chain here. There's no manufacturer here, so they would not want to know how can we, optimize the logistics. But of course, with the help of AI, with the help of this is agentic AI case actually. Commercial sale is also agentic AI case. You can just set up a co-pilot and move away with it. Medical affairs. Like I just mentioned, please don't put your knowledge without knowing where you're putting your knowledge in. Your knowledge management with AI, as much as it's beautiful, as much as it's risky. Okay, so wherever you're putting your data, please be sure you are aware of what you're doing. Personalized medicine, sir just explained, we need 85 to 90% accuracy, and we need it very fast. Some patient can be critical condition. I actually lost one of my cousin in 24 hours time. She was diagnosed, there was no drug, and she died. Like she had some aggressive form of genetic issue. We just hospitalized, doctors like we are not aware what is happening. And we were all wondering if there is a magic pill we can give her because we just saw her walking and suddenly she collapsed and died within 24 hours. So personalized medicine, maybe we were not aware what is allergic to her, not allergic to her, etc. And we could not save. So better patient outcomes can come. We can save lives. Data analytics, I think, is a very old use case. We all have been using it. It's been there like forever. I think through the discussions I've explained all of you that there's a core AI that we need. We have a technology in life sciences. We need data infrastructure. We need automation intelligence systems. We need Industry 4.0. We need IoT and 5G working together there. We need blockchain for sure to secure your data. We need to get the traceability of our documents very clearly. Let's quickly take a look at where it can work. Clinical trials, one of the major use case where it will beautifully work if you know what is your patient type, if you can simulate all of that, it will actually give you very beautiful result. I mean, the failure rate will be very, very low. The second case is regulatory AI. This again, because it is pretty much document oriented, if you can automate your documentation, if you can make sure your AI is trained well on your documents, and it's in the secure environment, in an ethical, secure environment. It actually reduce your overall regulations to few days from few months and few years. Medical and commercial sales enablement and all of that. This is for business people, not for pharma people for sure. But it is a beautiful use case. Sales people are already using it. Marketing AI is pretty much out there in the market. If you guys know, there are multiple tools now. You can enable your marketing like anything very quickly. You don't have to now create your marketing collaterals and everything. AI, you just tell AI that for next 20 days, make sure my LinkedIn is live with XYZ documents. It continues to post. Let's quickly look at some failed cases. So if you try to fully automate everything, if you say that I don't need humans, I don't need experts anymore, let's put everything on AI, it'll fail because it'll start hallucinating. It starts believing it's the boss, and it can start thinking in the way it wants to. So in one of the movies, I heard this dialogue: "The absolute power corrupts you absolutely." So is true with AI. So absolute power can actually lead to a lot of chaos there. The chatbots and all, chatbots and all are also a very bad case. In chatbots, it cannot triangulate the problem. If you say I can recommend a drug using a chatbot, it's the failure point. Then oversimplifying your patient use cases using AI, so your trials cannot be oversimplified. If you try to do that also is a point of failure. So I have listed 10 cases. If you don't have a clear ROI also, that's another area. ROI is your result that you're looking for, your return on investment. You must be spending few $1 billion, but you're still asking for some result. It cannot be monetary, maybe it cannot be a certain result. It can be a treatment to one of the diseases. If you don't define your ROI, you are again failing. I'm sorry, I'm on a timer, so I'm going a little faster. But this is the pointers where I feel that AI can fail pharma very badly. If your data is siloed, if your data is not trained properly, if your data is kept at a place where you can't bring it together, if you have 10 systems running perfectly in their own space and they can't speak to each other, your data is siloed and it cannot give you a good result. Your data has to triangulate, your data has to work together. Your multiple systems should bring it all in one place. Otherwise, it's a garbage in, garbage out. You will give some data will come out, but the answers are not perfect. Strategy, I continue to talk about the strategy for AI usage is very, very, very important. If you can't explain AI what you want, all the cool technology will fool you around quite a bit. So from cool technology to full technology, it's just a one step away. Your ROIs need to be very, very clear with AI. Execution failure, this happens quite a bit actually. When you don't integrate your systems properly, you say, I want to test AI with only one system, and we are not putting a system together properly. Execution failure actually leads to more problems because you have now believed that your product is fine, your molecules are fine, your medicines are fine, and your platform fails it completely because it's not able to execute the whole process properly. So your execution stage is again very important. Your proof of concept will go for a toss. Very quickly, how it looks like for a winning cases and failing cases. No ROI, very generic AI. Don't use AI just for the heck of it. Please understand what is Gen AI, what is agentic, what is explainable, what exactly you need for your own area. If you work in a black box in pharma, data not speaking to each other, system not speaking to each other, it will fail. Don't go with the hype. Winning cases we've already discussed. Go with explainable AI, go with regulatory methods. Make sure you're using ethical AI properly. Make sure you have regulatory process in place while you're using AI. There are human checks in place. Otherwise, we are up for a disaster for sure. I don't want to get into that movie where machines are running machines. Okay. Okay, so that's why we fail. It's not because of the technology. It's because we don't tell the technology what we want. It is like if you have a toddler at home, you go and tell him, and hey, please fetch me a glass of water. It'll fetch you a glass of water. Ask him, hey, I just want water. He might get it in a bucket, right? So the same way works for AI. I'm going to skip this slide, just coming here and we'll close it. So if you use AI as a tool, which most of us are using today, it will fail us for sure, okay? The mindset will fail, we will all completely fail from a financial perspective also. But if you use for a transformation purposes, you understand your problem first, your workflow first, what exactly are you trying to change, then it will actually help you. Because now you know what you are trying to get out of it, okay? If your objective, your goals are clear, then it's a good thing. We can skip this. I think we all know that we need to recenter everything towards human biology, and that's how AI will support you better. If you don't focus on human biology and you will focus on manufacturing and numbers and the sales, that might not give you a better result. You need to actually focus on what humans need. You need a stronger collaboration between academics. You need a very strong collaboration of academic industry coming together where the research can go hand in hand with industry. Industry doesn't run out of numbers. And by the way, most businesses, no offense to any business, I'm a founder as well. We all look for revenues for sure. We need to pay the bills. This is my LinkedIn. If you guys want to connect and ask me more questions, since the time is getting over, you guys can connect with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubel, for that forward-looking presentation. Your focus on agentic thought, importance of accuracy in drug discovery, strategic use of AI, and emerging tech provides a perfect start to our technical discussions today. Welcome to the second edition of Pharma Tech Converge 2026. To mark this promising beginning and to invoke wisdom and positivity for the day ahead, we now move to the lamp lighting ceremony. I request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly come forward for the ceremonial lighting of lamp. Our chief guest for the event, Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance and Chairman, IIHMR University. Our guest of honor, Mr. Vikrant Shrotriya, Corporate Vice President and Managing Director, Novo Nordisk, India. Distinguished guest, Professor S. Sadgopan, former Director, IIIT Bangalore, and visiting Distinguished Professor, IIHMR Bangalore. Our distinguished guest, Dr. C.S. Kedar, retired IAS, former Director General, ESIC, and Senior Advisor, IIHMR Bangalore. Dr. Usha Manjunath, Professor and Director, IIHMR Bangalore. Mr. Samshuzman Ansari, Associate Professor, IIHMR Bangalore. Though one of our guests of honor, Sri Ritvik Ranjanam Pandey, IAS Principal Secretary to Government, Department of Health Karnataka, and Dr. S.D. Gupta, President, IIHMR Society, are unable to join us today. We are honored to commence this auspicious ceremony with their good wishes and continued support guiding us. Shubham Kurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhanasampada Shubham Kurutvam Kalyanam Arogyam Dhanasampada Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya Deepajyotir Namostute Deepajyotir Namostute Deepajyotir Parabrahma Deepajyotir Janardana Deepajyotir Parabrahma Deepajyotir Janardana Deepo Haratu Me Papam Sandhya Deepa Namostute O Deepa Brahma Rupasvam. I would like to call all the dignitaries to take their seat on stage. O Deepa Brahma Rupasvam. With great pleasure, we now move on to do the felicitation of our esteemed dignitaries. To begin, may I request Dr. Usha Manjunath to extend a warm welcome to our chief guest, Mr. Sudarshan Jain, by presenting a bouquet. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to request Dr. Pratap Nair, Professor, IIHMR Bangalore, to kindly step forward and greet our guest of honor, Mr. Vikrant Shrotriya, with a bouquet. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Shrikant Nayak, Associate Professor, IIHMR Bangalore, to extend a warm welcome to Dr. C.S. Kedar with a bouquet. Thank you, sir. I further request Mr. Sachin Bhatt, Assistant Professor, IIHMR Bangalore, to do the honors of welcoming our distinguished guest, Professor S. Sadgopan, with a bouquet. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Subodh S. Satish, Assistant Professor, IIHMR Bangalore, to present a bouquet and welcome Dr. Usha Manjunath. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for the gracious felicitation. May I request Dr. Usha Manjunath, Professor and Director, IIHMR Bangalore, to stay back for the welcome address.
A very good morning to one and all. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಈ ದಿನದ ಫಾರ್ಮಾ ಟೆಕ್ ಕನ್ವರ್ಜ್ 2026 ಒಕ್ಕೂಟಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಆದರದ ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. On behalf of IIHMR Bangalore family, I extend a very warm welcome to all for this Pharma Tech Converge 2026. Welcome to Shri Sudarshan Jain ji, Chairperson, IIHMR University, Secretary General of IPA. Sir, we are very grateful to you to have accepted our invitation to be the chief guest for this program. I don't think it would have been possible to have this galaxy of pharma industry experts without your support, sir. Very grateful to you. Welcome to Dr. S.T. Gupta, President, IIHMR, our mentor, guide, and leading light. He is joining us virtually due to some unavoidable circumstances, but he is always there with us, guiding us. In fact, he connected me to Sri Sudarshan Jain ji and facilitated the invites to who's who of the pharma industry. So, we have many people in the gathering and also on the stage, so this is a very special occasion. Welcome to our guest of honor, Shri Ritvik Pandey ji, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of Health. He has sent a representative from Government of Karnataka. He is unable to join us, and he has been very supportive of this program, and we thank him for that. Welcome to our guest of honor, Shri Vikrant Shrotriya ji, Corporate Vice President and MD Novo Nordisk. Thank you. Welcome to our distinguished guest, Professor Sadgopan sir, visiting distinguished Professor IIHMR and former Director IIITB, and Dr. C.S. Kedar sir, former IAS, Senior Advisor, IIHMR Bangalore, former Director General of ESIC. Professor SS, as he is known, and Dr. Kedar sir have been our energy engines, inspiring icons who have stood by us in many of our new endeavors. Welcome to both of you again. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all the industry leaders, academicians, researchers, physicians, UNFPA representatives, my dear colleagues, organizing committee, ladies and gentlemen, press and media people, welcome to one and all. IIHMR Bangalore family welcomes you all to this event of Pharma Tech Converge 2026, Augmented Intelligence and Transformative Therapies. I think we started this program with an ice-breaking session on AI, and I really thank Ms. Rubel to have kept the pace going so that all the young people and the industry people and we academicians are also kind of awake and really learning to be that we are entering into a very special area that we are entering. Thank you. And at this time, it's my proud privilege to introduce IIHMR Bangalore. Started in 2004 in Bangalore, we are 21 plus years and growing. We are in the space of healthcare management, education, research, consultancy, training, and digital health. Our flagship programs are PGDM, Hospital and Health Management, with specialization in hospital management, public health, and pharmaceutical management. Now that specialization is going to be converted, and we will have a full-fledged program further going on from this year. We also have a full-time program, PGDM, Artificial Intelligence and Data Science in Healthcare, and a fellow program in management equivalent to PhD. We also undertake a lot of research and research projects on impact assessments, large-scale surveys, implementation research and health system strengthening, RMNCH A+, NCDs, aging, demography, health and nutrition, digital health, and AI. Our consultancy projects also include accreditation, NABH, pharma, hospital, market research, and related areas. Our educational programs are AICTE approved, NBA accredited, and our flagship program is accorded equivalence to MBA by AIU. We are a NAC accredited with A institution. We have NABET accreditation for NABH consultancy and quality training programs by QCI. We also have a Gunavatta Patashala champion certificate by QCI, recognizing our training and capacity building efforts in healthcare quality. In 2022, we launched ADMIRE, Center for Advancing Digital Health. ADMIRE is a center where clinicians, engineers, managers, policymakers, academicians, scientists, and startups converge to co-create the future of healthcare. ADMIRE is a multi-function hub with skilling, R&D, AI data analytics, and incubation. And now we are ready to launch 2-year PGDM in pharmaceutical management. So, in preparation to this, we have been conducting various kinds of Converge meets. Pharma Tech Converge, we did first one in 2025, which is an academia industry interface, which was titled with Empowering Pharma Through Knowledge and Collaboration and Innovation in Guntur, AP, that's last year. Now, here is the second edition, Pharma Tech Converge 2026, Augmented Intelligence and Transformative Therapies. And I'm sure, there would be a lot of, new knowledge that's going to come, and I'm going to just say a few words about the pharma industry. The stalwarts are here, so they will be overtaking all that information further throughout. Pharma is an integral part of healthcare. That's the space we work in. We constantly innovate and align with nation's larger vision. Let us briefly examine Viksit Bharat 2047 and how India's pharma industries is aligned to this vision. India has long been recognized as a pharmacy of the world. Due to its leadership in affordable generic medicines, and the global landscape is now rapidly shifting towards biologics, biosimilars, precision medicine, and specialty medicines. As we all know, India currently contributes nearly to 20% of global generic medicines and meets around 60 to 70% of global vaccine demand, underscoring the country's robust manufacturing capabilities. Based on the cost and talent and capability advantage India offers, nearly 25 global capacity centers for life sciences are going to be around in Hyderabad and Bangalore. On many forums, the government and industry partners are discussing the need to accelerate innovation timelines, strengthen startup ecosystems, and build robust infrastructure for clinical trials and advanced research, collaboration, and development of skilled talent. As per E&Y report, Indian pharma is transitioning from pharmacy of the world to the global innovation leader by 2047, shifting from cost-driven generics to R&D-focused models, including biologics and complex generics. Supported by a strong policy, PLI schemes, AI integration, and high regulatory compliance, it aims to reach $450 billion and leveraging 10,500 plus manufacturing units to supply the world. IIHMR Bangalore is a part of this ecosystem for developing pharma management professionals. With this background, I welcome everyone to Pharma Tech Converge to discuss and deliberate on the topic. IIHMR Bangalore is seeking specific initiatives to develop young talent in pharma and medtech space to become the future leaders. The launch of Pharmaceutical Management Program is one of such initiatives. In conclusion, a call to action. I invite each one of you to collaborate with us and support. Let us work together to ensure that our roles, however small or big, add to realizing the dream of Viksit Bharat by 2047 and work towards contributing to the growth of the sector. Together, we explore newer opportunities, R&D, learn from experts, find challenging internships for our students, and industry-academia collaborations that we continue to aspire. And welcome to this exciting edition of Pharma Tech Convergence 2026, Augmented Intelligence and Transformative Therapies. Welcome from IIHMR Bangalore and welcome to IIHMR Bangalore. We are very grateful to each one of you for being with us today. Thank you and Jai Hind and Jai Karnataka.
Thank you, ma'am, for welcoming our guests and for those gracious opening words and also highlighting the achievements of IIHMR Bangalore.
Owing to unforeseen circumstances, Dr. S.D. Gupta, President IIHMR Society, is unable to join us today. He has conveyed his best wishes through a message. Let's have a look.
Distinguished Chief Guest, Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General IPA, Dr. Professor Kedar, Dr. Sadgopan, and the distinguished guests and participants of this very important event, Pharma Tech Converge. The title itself reflects there is a great need for convergence between the academia and the pharmaceutical industry. There has to be an alignment of the curriculum with the industry's specific needs. The industry itself is growing very fast at the rate of around 8 to 10% CAGR. And it's a big, big market globally and also in India, huge market for pharmaceutical products. I also see that the upcoming technologies, especially artificial intelligence, and medical technologies, especially wearable technologies, they have come up in a big way and will go a long way. The future belongs to technology in healthcare as well as in pharmaceutical industry. How can we prepare our graduates to deal with the technological revolution in healthcare and pharmaceutical industry? India, as you all know, is a very important player in manufacturing of generic medicines and vaccines. India exports, it supplies about 20% of generic medicines and 60% of the vaccines. Now, coming up of the technology is an important era that is beginning now in pharmaceutical sector. One of the things that we need to keep in mind to maintain quality of our products, and we have the right human resources for managing pharmaceutical industry and provide leadership. And this is what IIHMR is trying to do. You know, way back in 2009, IIHMR Jaipur started MBA Pharmaceutical Management. And it was a big, big breakthrough of those times and they have produced over 1,500 medical or MBA graduates in pharmaceutical industry. And they are everywhere in the pharmaceutical industry now. And most of the students we get in Jaipur are, a good number of them, from south of India. So IIHMR Bangalore, located in the south, and has now established itself as a major management institution in healthcare, and already had one of the streams in hospital and health management for that pharmaceutical management, is now starting a full-fledged MBA in pharmaceutical management this year. They have already got the approval of the AICTE, which is the regulatory body. I'm sure they will be successful under the leadership of Dr. Ansari and Dr. Usha Manjuna, with the support and guidance of the industry experts within Bangalore and in Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. As we all know, there is a major concentration of manufacturing companies, pharmaceutical companies in Andhra and Karnataka. So I believe that this initiative will go a long way in producing and developing human resources to manage the industry, production, research and development, business marketing, communication, pharmacovigilance, adverse drug reactions, post-market and surveillance. There are so many areas where we need very specialized people who are already trained, and we take them to the market. I'm sure this program will make a headway. IIHMR Bangalore, being a very special institute focused on artificial intelligence and digital health. So the combination of pharmaceutical management, a full-fledged program, and artificial intelligence innovation center and digital health programs that we have at IIHMR Bangalore, I think this will make this program a very unique program in the country. Pharmaceutical industry needs improved and faster workflow processing, development of new molecules. Recently, I have been to Andhra Pradesh MedTech zone that is specifically devoted to medical and health technology. IIHMR is engaged with them in health technology innovations and research and development. And great thing about AMTZ is that they are housing 170 industry that are involved in developing medical technologies and testing it. They needed management graduates to test the technology, validate technology, and engage in innovations. And I could notice that 3D structure modules are going to make a headway. So the innovations and then putting them into, development of molecules and then putting them into manufacturing. The drug development cycle was a very important part of it. So I believe this, combination of the specialization of IIHMR Bangalore in artificial intelligence and data science and digital health with the pharmaceutical management MBA program will be a unique program. I'm sure we will make a difference in the pharmaceutical industry. We are sitting in the hub of pharmaceutical industry, and the academia must align its curriculum to the industry's needs. So industry to academia and academia to industry. There should be an exchange. There should be a convergence in the two to make things better, keep pace with the technology. And I would like to remind everyone in this hall, the future of healthcare and pharmaceutical industry is the technology. MedTech, wearables, and new molecules and research development in pharmaceutical products and vaccines will hold the key in next 10-15 years in the growth of the pharmaceutical industry. I wish you all success and would like to thank Dr. Sudarshan Jain, Professor Kedar, Dr. Sadagopan, and other distinguished guests and the participants in this Pharma Tech Converge. And my special thanks and congratulations to Dr. Usha Manjunath, the director of IIHMR Bangalore. Without her efforts, this would have not been possible to go for AICT approval, conceptualize the design of the academic program, and also Dr. Ansari, who is the focal point of pharmaceutical management program at IIHMR Bangalore. Wish them all success. Thank you very much for giving me time.
We sincerely thank Dr. S.D. Gupta for sharing his message and highlighting the importance of technology in pharma and healthcare delivery. His words of encouragement means a great deal to us set a meaningful tone for the event ahead.
We are honored to be joined by a leader who represents the voice of India's pharmaceutical industry at the highest level. May I now request Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance and Chairman, IIHMR University, to take the stage and share his valuable perspective with us.
Good morning to you all. It is indeed my pleasure to be here today, and it's great to see many of the industry leaders, academicians, students for this conference. It's great to hear Dr. S.D. Gupta. Because of him, I got associated with IIHMR, and I happen to be working with IIHMR Jaipur, and now got associated with Professor Manju for this conference. And I feel good that I happen to be here, and Professor Manju, you asked me to be here. And it gave me opportunity to meet many of my friends here, Sanjeev is here, Vikrant is here, Prasad, Divakaran, and many of the other faculty members who have joined here. So, welcome you all for this conference. We have got great opportunity to have Vikrant here as a keynote address here. We have got Professor S. Sadagopan. It is my privilege to meet you, sir, today. And Professor C.S. Kedar, who is here, and all industry leaders. What I'd like to do in next 15 minutes is try to set the context of the industry, talk to you about 6 big trends which are going to happen in this industry, implication for the industry, and also implication for the course which is being planned as far as IIHMR Bangalore is concerned. I will also quote Professor Sabharwal, Madam Sabharwal. She set the context very, very clearly. We are 39 in terms of innovation, but we are 86 in terms of industry academic collaboration. And unless industry academic collaboration takes place, the whole industry academic agenda cannot move forward. It is first of the few conferences where I see a lot of people from industry and academics. And when I was traveling today in the car, many of the faculty members here who have joined from the industry. So it is a great sign for the starting of this course. As we all know, a lot has been said that pharma industry is a sunrise sector. It is the sector which contributes $21 billion in terms of foreign exchange, top 3 foreign exchange earner. We have $60 billion as an industry, third largest in terms of volume, and 14th largest in terms of value. We are proud of the fact that every second tablet in the US is sold from India. We get $1 trillion saving to US economy in last 10 years. Every year we save around $200 billion saving. And IQVIA colleagues are here. This is the study by IQVIA US. This is not our study. $200 billion saving to US every year. In Europe, every fourth tablet is sold from India. So that is the kind of power which this industry has. Yes, we have got the power, but are we doing something in innovation? 2/3 of the market globally is in terms of innovation, and our presence is very limited. Our presence is limited in biologicals, which is around $200 billion. And in that market, again, our presence is limited. I was talking to Vikrant, new products of that obesity, he will talk about it. He's one of the very well-demanded speaker today. So great to have you, Vikrant. Their one product contributes more than overall industry. Their contribution will be around $35 billion, and our domestic industry is around $30 billion. So we are very good in volume, but our place in value is very, very low. And unless we move up the value chain, it has got a lot of implication for the courses, what we design, the way we understand the policy, and we are working very closely with the policy. I also teach at IIM Ahmedabad HealthTech course, because I said that unless we, all of us who are here, start making difference to the student and the academic courses, the industry will not move forward. So there are courses development and everything is very, very important in terms of policy. 6 big trends, I will talk about it, and then maybe talk about what we need to do in terms of courses and the policy. First is, although healthcare industry has made difference, in 1980s, our average age was 50, now it is 72. So the average age has gone up. But the question is, 50% of the people are still sick, and the definition of sickness is changing. So yes, population has grown up, age has grown up. We have improved lifespan, but have we improved health span? And there's a very good book, Outlive, by Dr. Attia, and he raises fundamental question that the medicine, the way it has to be treated, the treatment profile, the drug profile, the medicine profile has to undergo a fundamental change if we have to go forward. So yes, lifespan has improved, but is the health span has improved or not? The marginal years or the marginal decade of life, which is 70 to 80 or 80 to 90, is the most miserable decade for many of the people. They have got the problems of diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, Alzheimer's, cancer. Those diseases are improving. So second big trend which is there, and the question which is there is, the profile of diseases is undergoing a fundamental change. We used to be very proud, Shishu is here, Brufen, we have made it big. But now, the age of Brufen, yes, it is there, but it is the age of diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, right? So second big change, yes, age profile has increased, disease profile, the lifespan has increased, but health span has not increased. So question is, how do we increase the health span? Let not that marginal decade or bonus decade for which we are living, let it be quality filled decade, because otherwise it is miserable to grow old with the kind of life we are treating. It has got a lot of implication for education, for the way we treat. So we call it marginal decade or bonus decade. So how do we move from lifespan to health span? Third is, we talked about, when we started, it was acute. Now it is chronic and regenerative diseases, which are very, very common. In India also, it used to be around 23%. It is now 31% chronic, but it should be more, because maybe that is a recent census data. So we are moving from acute to chronic to degenerative disease. In terms of treatment profile, we are moving from small molecules to big molecules, biologics. And unless we as a nation, we are very proud of small molecules, but the whole profile is undergoing a change. So fourth big trend is big molecules, biologicals, and 55 biologicals, they are going out of patent. They contribute $350 billion. What as a nation we are doing to capture that opportunity of biosimilars? We don't have large companies except Biocon, Intas in that space. How do we move up that value chain? Next opportunity, diagnosis, is very, very important. And Abbott as a company just recently bought for $21 billion only for cancer diagnosis, exact disease. Abbott is playing a very important role for wearable devices, which Professor H.D. Gupta was talking. In fact, continuous monitoring diabetes, LibrePro, has been a big thing. It is not only for diabetes patient today, even for healthy patient, it is important that how do you adjust your diet based on that Libre profile. So diagnosis, preventive treatment, that will become the large trend. And the last is AI, everywhere. And AI is omnipotent, omniscient, but we have to also balance AI with other areas. So these are the 6 trends which we are talking about. The theme of the conference is very relevant, that AI, and it is being called as augmented intelligence here, and transformative therapies. How do we synergize both to make the treatment better? Lot is happening, and there are early signs of innovation which are happening in India. And Cure AI, radiology is a big thing. It is a $1 billion setup where radiology reports can be diagnosed using AI. It's a big thing, and a lot of entrepreneurs who will be emerging together, where AI and predictive analytics can be used for diagnosis. But besides that, I will not dwell much because Madam Sabharwal already talked about it. There is a lot happening in drug discovery, a lot happening in clinical trials, a lot happening in commercialization, but early in the game, right? Most of the places early in the game, can I say with confidence that this has happened because of that? So the companies like, say, Novo Nordisk, they have got into collaboration with OpenAI. Eli Lilly has got collaboration with NVIDIA. And what we are saying, that future pharmacology, biology is engineering. And there will be great combination of biology and engineering. In fact, NVIDIA chief, he gives lectures and he talks in every lecture today that what will be future is biology and engineering has to be combined together to make difference as far as overall life is concerned. Number 1 item of expenditure in the world is healthcare, right? It is more than defense. But how do we combine technology and healthcare together to make difference? Because unless you are healthy, you can't make difference. So fundamental is technology has to make difference in healthcare. And defense expenditure is around 4 to 5%. Healthcare expenditure around the world is around 9 to 10%. So there is no choice that both have to come together. India is ideally poised. We have got 28 years as the age. We have got the doctors' capital of the world, maximum number of doctors, nursing capital of the world. We have maximum number of engineers, 1.5 million engineers passing out every year, 24 GCC centers. So now is the time for India. And now is the time when we can make difference. We have been working with the government. This is the first time in the budget speech. I was not very sure. We had been working with the government. And I thought, yes, something will come in the budget speech. But right in the beginning, Professor Nirmala Sitharaman announced Buy Shakti program. In the beginning of the speech, 5 minutes. So someone called me up that Sudarshan, it is coming right in the beginning. And three big areas, 10,000 crores has been announced, although the amount is less, but lot is happening. So funding of innovation and strengthening our case as far as biological is concerned. Second area is clinical trials. How do we strengthen clinical trial capability? Only 2% of clinical trials take place in India, whereas our population is 17%. So India can be database for the world if we use it rightly. And the third is capability building, NIPERS and other areas where capability will be done. Now, that's Buy Shakti. As a IPA, EY reports quoted that we aim to discover 100 molecules by 2047. We will reach $450 billion from $60 billion. We'll be number one in the world in terms of volume, top 5 in terms of value. It is not only a dream, we are seeing a lot happening here. Glenn Saldana, Glenmark has announced the first deal on cancer, largest deal of this year, $2.5 billion with AbbVie. A lot of work on CAR T cell therapy. Amneal is here, where cancer therapy is being developed. Lot is happening in CRISPR technology, cell and gene therapy, where lot will be seen. Antibiotic resistance, Vocard product is here. Theraglitazole for hepatitis B is being in the final stages in the US. So we are seeing new products coming from India. And the aim is not only made in India, but discovered in India. Now coming back to our PGDB program, first is a lot of scope for industry academic collaboration. Starting point, this is a good starting point, visiting lectures from both the sides. Industry, academic teachers visiting industry centers, very, very important. In fact, we are talking with Ashoka University. How do we first train the teachers, right? Instead of using the same PowerPoint presentation and teaching methodology, the whole teaching methodology has to undergo a transformation change. We have just signed a collaboration with Ashoka University. How do we transform the whole teaching process? So that is very, very important. Coming to the courses, yes, very important, beyond ChatGPT and Claude. Fundamentals have to be very strong. You have to understand your finance very well. You have to understand your digital technologies very well. You have to understand your communication skills very well. Don't only work on ChatGPT, but basic communication. So the fundamentals of the course don't change. And IIHMR or other universities should make sure that fundamentals are right. And second aspect of the fundamentals is discipline aspect. I see many of the institutes, attendance has gone away. Half of the time when the teacher is teaching, people are looking at the mobile. The teacher does not start the class at time, but some of the great institutions, they start at time, end at time. So some of the discipline part is very, very important. So how do we incorporate that discipline? Like say, IIM Ahmedabad, Calcutta, Bangalore, the class will start at time and at time, not even a minute more, because the student will become very, very anxious. And teachers are example. And whatever values which are taught is very, very important. Second is a lot of experimental learning, a lot of emphasis has to be brought in the project work, experimental values have to be brought in. And lastly, I will just quote Ajay Banga, who just gave a big video which is being in circulation. What are the qualities for the future? When we started, it was IQ only was important. Then came EQ. Now he's talking of DQ. Decency quotient is important. So how it is important that you have to be a good human being, how it is important that you have to have humility, how it is important that you have to have lifelong learning. We are working on a different context. He started as a Nestle brand manager, went on to become IMF, but learning every day. So that curiosity, that learning, constant learning challenges ourselves is a very important part of education. Thanks once again to all of you. Thanks to Professor Usha once again. Thanks to all the faculty members who are here. And thanks to industry leaders, students, and all the very best for this PGDM course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those valuable insights highlighting the power the pharmaceutical industry holds, along with the growth of Indian pharmaceutical industry, importance of biologics, and implementation of AI in health tech. Your perspective on the industry's trajectory is truly enlightening for all of us. It is now time to hear from an industry leader who brings global perspective and strategic excellence. I warmly welcome Mr. Vikrant Kshotriya, Corporate Vice President and Managing Director, Novo Nordisk India, to deliver his address to this esteemed gathering.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here to have this kind of a conference which is so contemporary and be among the panel or the guests who have to give their experiences and share their learning. I'm also very fortunate to meet all my colleagues and also my mentors. You will be surprised. There are quite a lot of my mentors actually who are there in this gathering, and also the colleagues with whom I have worked. I have to say this, at least the students who are starting to have this career with the PGDM, they are very, very lucky. When I did my master's, 386 or 486 just came into the market. Those were the computers, and probably the next version of the typewriters they came into the market. And you are getting into the learning which is AI and data in your courses. And we are illiterate as far as that context is concerned. We often use this word, but do we really know that what it really means in terms of an implementation? We are also very fortunate that many of those young colleagues who come with very contemporary learning, they come into the organization and we learn from them. And I'm, at least in my Novo Nordisk, I'm taking a step that, the board of directors of many of the US companies did that 2 years or 3 years before the AI courses. I'm taking that step now that at least the leadership team in India should start with some kind of an AI course rather than just being targeted and used AI in their social network, which we all are bombarded. We start using it for productive work. And that's very, very important when it comes to the learning. So I said it because before I say something as a teaching, I should say that we are probably at the starting block when it comes to what you are going to learn. When it comes to healthcare, it's the changes which we have been seeing, phenomenal. In the last 100 years, from phytochemicals to chemicals, we are moving towards biologics, as Mr. Jain said, monoclonal antibodies, CAR therapies, gene editing, gene therapies. Everything is happening. And everything is happening at a very, very fast pace. It's not only at the therapeutic level, the things are happening. It's also at a care level, things are happening. At the hospital level, things are happening. And they are basically happening with the help of nothing but the digital transformation and also the technical transformation which is happening in the market. And they just look like they are just coming out of the blue. And it is also, we are seeing that suddenly it comes. We have seen ChatGPT came in November 2022, and just in 2 months, there were billions of users. Can you imagine? Couple of months, billions of users. Netflix took 30 years to have a billion user. It's now 30 years. Lignin has taken, all of you probably would be, has taken years to have that 1.2 billion. So while it looks like that it's very, very old, there are decades when nothing happens, and then there are years when everything happens. In the last couple of years, everything is changing, from chemistry to biology, from genetics to data science. And we are at the cusp of it. And things are happening. He just talked about collaborations in the pharma companies are happening to find out the solution right from the drug discovery to the outcome of the patient, and everything which comes in between, whether it is clinical trial, manufacturing, drug supplies, or hospital care, or even interface with the doctors, and also at a pharmacy level. And these changes we have seen we have witnessed at least during the COVID time. What we saw in COVID time is a bill for telemedicine was there in India for 10 years. Nothing happened. Come 23rd March, overnight the bill passes and telemedicine comes. And today CGHS, Apollo, everybody is actually going on telemedicine. It has slightly come down, but overall, the growth of telemedicine is actually more than 23% in India. And that is a huge growth which is happening with the help of technology. We are moving from an age, fundamental shift which is happening is, we are moving from an age of systemic to precision. Whether you call it diagnosis, where actually it used to be a systemic in terms of finding out the diagnosis, and today we are getting into more and more precise diagnosis. When it comes to treatment, we are getting into systemic treatment to very precise treatment. Monoclonal antibodies are those examples, but we have got 3 organizations in India, CAR therapies, where you see the precision at which they try to have an outcome is fundamental to the treatment. And there are many platforms which are being created, mRNA interface, ribosomes, gene editing, cell therapies, which are actually happening just to have a treatment which is very, very precise and outcome based. So while all this happens, it doesn't happen overnight. Take an example, it would be bad not to give an example of Novo Nordisk. We became powerhouse of chemistry, and probably in Denmark, if you know, it's a very small country with 6 million population, and in 1900s, you can imagine that food was scarce, fermentation was the technique to preserve, you can say, dairy products, and that's why you have got also good beers out here. And Novo Nordisk had a technology for fermentation. And side by side, we got something which is called as insulin, license for insulin. But that was the beginning. And what I mean to say is, from that start of a crude insulin, which came as a treatment, to today what we see the insulin, it is a series of changes which has happened in the field of innovation. Today, we will soon be launching once a week insulin. And that point of a time, we used to have crude insulin in 1923 to be given 6 times in a day with full of allergies. Now, this journey is not small. This journey is more than 100 years. And there have been 20 types of insulins in between, won 3 Nobel Prizes. Thanks to understanding of that protein chemistry, and today there are models where protein chemistry understood much more faster, that we also came with semaglutide as an innovation, very important thing, innovation. And that innovation changed the face of the therapy, at least in the field of obesity, and also the face of Novo Nordisk. Even on a bad day, which probably is today's time, a lot of competition, we still stand tall as an organization which is $50 billion. And it has multiplied very, very fast over a period of time. Now, the fundamental thing was actually understanding of the protein chemistry. Why I'm telling you this is, similarly, just take an easy example of computers. It was vacuum in 1946, in 1966 diode, and then came the IC time, then came the processors time, and now is the AI and what you can say, data time. And this change looks like now, but this change has happened sequentially. And that is why in India, this fundamental change is required sequentially. It's a good thing that we have started talking about rather than just manufacturing. And we are the pharmacy of the world, but we send truckload of medicine and we only get a wallet full of money, right? We would like to have a situation where we have got digital solutions which we send across, buy the digital space and get a truckload of money. And that's what some of the companies like Mad Genomes are doing, genetic mapping, 6C, Cure.ai. And these are the, you can say, the organizations which are actually coming across. And that is what fundamentally the students from here, these are the kind of things one has to take it forward to have the beginning of the technological revolution to start from India. And when these kind of a thing start, that is the time when we think about Jai Vigyan and Jai Anusandhan, Prime Minister Modi talks about, right? That Anusandhan, the research, the Bioshakti of 10,000 crore will only multiply when this learning from these institutions get converged with the industry. We are sitting in Bangalore, and fortunately Mr. Sishu is here actually, who was the founder to bring Novo Nordisk actually in Bangalore. At that point of a time, there were virtually no pharma companies in Bangalore. And now there are many. And I say many because Bangalore has become the largest recruiter of knowledge worker in healthcare. It is not Mumbai, sorry to say. It's not Gujarat. You can have blue-collar worker there in the factories. But when it comes to the people who are bringing knowledge and bringing innovation, that's what is here. Whether it is Merck, whether it is Glaxo, Lilly, Novo Nordisk, Teva, Regeneron, Astra, many of the companies, and IQVIA is also there, and many other consultancies which are there. And they all require the next generation of students who probably the kind of collaboration you are doing with Ashoka University, who are critical thinkers, who can really think rather than repetitive, who can think how to do it the next level better. And that is what is required in this industry. Often we are at a loss of students because either we get engineers or we get science. And from here, probably science based in management. Whereas actually the requirement is a mix of both. The largest requirement is coming from mix of both. Can you imagine? Mr. Jain talked about biology and engineer. I would just differ here a little bit, Mr. Jain. The startup, 80% is led by engineers in health and medtech. We get defined in 12th grade, probably, or maybe in 10th grade, that science and analytical mind and people who take maths, and then there are people who take biology. I was the one who took biology, right? But people who took maths, analysis, and they went to engineering colleges, they are the people actually changing science, let me tell you. Just see the founders of health tech and med tech. Just see where $2 billion has come in the last 2 years in terms of an investment in the healthcare space. It's not from the biology side. So I've got a request here, and that's where we are doing in academic, that can we have students, and we see that shaping. I was talking to the founder of Mad Genome, that they say that we don't get students who can do coding and who know science. So difficult. Now coding has become simple, but understanding of that science is also very, very important. We need to blend that. We need to mix that in a mixer and to make it possible that the kids who come out of this institute are just industry ready and ready to make a difference in this technology world and innovation world. With this, thank you very much for the invitation, Dr. Usha. Pleasure to be here to connect and also to reconnect again and again. Thank you very much for the listening, and I hope that we bring change together. Thank you.
Thank you for that insightful and thought provoking address, highlighting the rapid transformation shaping healthcare and pharma. Your perspective on the shift towards precision medicine and technology driven innovation was truly enlightening. We sincerely appreciate your time and insights. May I now request Mr. Samshuzman Ansari, Associate Professor, IIHMR Bangalore, to make a special announcement regarding IIHMR Bangalore's significant academic milestone.
Thank you, Asta and Dr. Pooja. Respected Chief Guest, Guest of Honor, and Chief Patrons of IIHMR Bangalore, dignitaries from industry, academia, and government side, and my dear colleagues and future leaders, a very good morning. I'm Shamsuzzaman Ansari, Associate Professor at IIHMR Bangalore, and also the program coordinator for this new program. It is indeed a moment of great pride and privilege for me to announce about our new program for which we have received AICTE approval. And to mark this beginning and officially launch this program, I would like to request dignitaries on this stage to unveil the brochure of this new program by unwrapping the envelope. May I request dignitaries? So thank you, respected dignitaries. May I now, thank you, respected dignitaries. On behalf of IIHMR Bangalore, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to every one of you for being in this hall and witnessing this launch of our new program. Now I'll give a brief overview about our new program, how we came up with this program. So with the launch of this program, now, so as I said, in 2026, we received AICTE approval for this new program, PGDM in Pharmaceutical Management. This program is designed to combine management concept with pharmaceutical domain knowledge so that we could prepare graduates who could lead and manage the entire pharma business value chain, starting from drug discovery, clinical trials, regulatory approvals, and sales and marketing to commercial excellence. And with this launch of this new program, now IIHMR Bangalore is going to have 4 programs in its academic portfolio. As already highlighted, we offer a flagship program, PGDM in Hospital and Health Management, which we launched in 2010. And under that, we have been offering 4 specializations. But now since we have pharma management as a separate program, so going forward, we will have just 3 specializations under our flagship program. Then we have PGDM in AI and data science, which we introduced in 2024. And the whole idea was to train students who understand healthcare as well as who understand AI and data science so that they could play an important role in companies which are working on AI products mainly for healthcare sector. Then now we are going to have PGDM in pharma management, and we have one more program that is fellow program in management, which is a doctoral level program. Now, why we came up when we already had pharma management as a specialization, why we came up with this 2 years new program? So the first thing is we know that pharma industry is very immense. It's very vast and there's immense potential. If we look at any report, either by EY, IQVIA, they all predict that the future is of pharma. And as per a report by EY and OPPI, it is expected that pharma industry is going to evolve from 50 billion US dollar in 2023 to 450 billion US dollar by 2047. When we calculate the CAGR, it is approximately 10%. A CAGR of 10% for any industry for that a long period indicate the potential of that industry. So from that we understand there is going to be demand for those who will manage different operations across pharma business value chain. Second, since 2020, we have been offering pharma management as a specialization. So we have seen consistent demand for that program. If you see the graph that we have on this slide, for the last 4 years, there has been growing demand among students who chose pharma management as a specialization. And when they were coming to us to take admission, they always showed interest in taking 2 years full-time program. And also we have received feedback from industry, right? Many companies from Bangalore, they want to hire students from Bangalore, but they were not finding candidates, so they had to go to North India. And when we did our own research, what we found, there are only 2 institutes in South India which were offering 2 years full-time program in pharma management. One is in Hyderabad, Naipur, Hyderabad, and then there's one more institute. And we were offering as a specialization. So going forward, now we are going to have 2 years full-time program, and we are very confident since pharma industry is very vast. There are so many things to cover, and we were like, when we were offering that as a specialization, we were able to teach them only in second year. So by the time they were going for internship, they had not much idea about pharma. And so what we want from this, we want companies which are based in Bangalore, rather than going to North India to hire candidates for pharma industry, better you select from here only, and it will improve your retention, right? Because who come from North India, after some time they might like to go back. But in our campus, most admissions we get from South India side, although we have students from 17 different states, and we feel very proud in saying IIHMR Bangalore as mini India. So going forward, we want to position ourselves as a regional leader in pharma management education. Then there are many students and academicians from Pharmacy Institute. For them, I want to highlight why anyone should choose PGDM in pharma management, right? Because there are many pharmacy graduates, sometimes they get confused whether they should go for MPharm or MBA. So for them, I want to say, it's fine to go for any program, but if you go for pharma management, it will enhance your options. So first thing is, pharma industry is a booming industry. It is highlighted by the previous speakers as well. If you look at the global pharma market size as well as at India level, it is growing at an impressive CAGR. Second, when the industry will grow, they are going to offer opportunities, and that too across R&D, clinical trials. They are going to offer across regulatory affairs, sales and marketing, supply chain, and overall commercial excellence. And then if you compare the initial salaries in pharma industry, that is slightly relatively higher than other industries. And then one thing is global opportunities. Indian pharma companies, they export medicines to more than 170, 80 countries in the world. So if you become the part of pharma industry and you join any pharma export company, or maybe you are the part of international marketing, you will get a chance to get exposure about the global market. And in the last 5 years, we have seen many GCCs have been opened in India, mainly in Hyderabad and in Bangalore. And if you look at top global pharma companies, half of them, they have their GCCs in India. So being the part of GCC, you can get exposure to the global market like US and European countries. Then where you can make an impact, if you join this program, where you can make an impact. So one is product and brand management, market access, pricing and reimbursement, sales strategy and business development, regulatory and compliance, clinical and medical coordination, market research and analytics, supply chain and operations. These are the key areas, key departments where people who do MBA, they like to join, and there they can make an impact. What are the different career opportunities? So I have broadly categorized into three types. One can be pharma consulting and healthcare consulting. That I have put on first. The reason behind that is they offer very handsome salary, and that is the first priority for those who are doing MBA. Companies include BCG, ZS, IQVIA, among others. Then there can be core pharma companies and medical devices companies like Sun Pharma, Biocon, Novo Nordisk, Medtronic. And then others, even those who are doing MBA in pharma management, they can get a job in hospitals, health insurance, software companies. What are the highlights of our program? So our program is like industry relevant curriculum that we have. Even for this program, PGDM in pharma management, we had a lot of deliberations. We had multiple meetings with industry people and academicians from other institutions to understand what are the key points that we must cover in our program. So whenever we design any curriculum, we do meetings with industry experts, and that too by department wise. And also, it's not just one time process, it is an ongoing process. Every year we do that. Before the commencement of the new academic calendar, we do a curriculum review meeting where we discuss about the relevance of the topics that we cover. Then strong industry collaboration, that for internship and dissertation and final placement that we have. We also have expert faculty. We have many faculties who have spent significant years in industry and now they are the part of the academia. We have innovative teaching pedagogy, networking and exposure, and placement support. This is the brief structure of our program. I'm not going in detail in interest of time. But while making this curriculum, we have ensured that the key subjects, the key topics we are going to cover. Like for example, we have market research and analytics in our curriculum. We have health economics and outcome research. We have a module on regulatory affairs. We have a module on pharmacy. So we have ensured that the key topics, the key trends which are there in industry that are being covered under our program. This is the admission process we have. If any student has any interest, they can connect with us, with the admission team. And although our record shows that most people who have pharmacy background, they choose pharma management, but we have kept this program open for everyone because every year we get people from BDS background, MBBS background, even BTech background, they show interest in pharma industry. So we have kept it open for everyone. The only thing is they should have 50% marks in their graduation and they should clear our GDPI. And also, since we are the AICT approved program we have, so we follow the guidelines by the AICT. So they need to appear in one of the management aptitude tests like it is listed there. And we evaluate our student out of 100. So it is given there. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is truly an exciting moment for all of us as these programs open new pathways for learning, growth, and meaningful engagement with the evolving pharmaceutical landscape.
As we continue with the agenda, it is an honor to invite an eminent academic leader whose contributions have profoundly influenced technology and management education in India. May I now request Professor S. Sadgopan, Distinguished Professor, IIHMR Bangalore, and former Director, Triple IT Bangalore, to share his experience and insights with us.
Thank you for your kind words. Thanks, Usha ma'am, for inviting me. It's nice to be with such a distinguished set of people. So let me tell you honestly, we don't understand many things. We just happen to do something with zeros and ones. Of course, zero technically is discovered in this part of the country, the world. And only thing is, because I am a zero, so when Dr. Kedar comes, I just go to his right side. And if he says he's 1, he becomes 10. If he says 9, I make him 90. I don't contribute anything, but still don't take away anything. That is what it is. So we don't understand banking at all, but we changed banking. UPI created, right? I don't go anywhere near trading, but I'm part of the board, so we actually created online trading. So we changed trading, we don't understand trading. So that is how we are now doing it with medicine. We don't understand medicine, we don't understand pharma, but we'll change. And you know, as supercomputing guys, we created supercomputers, but not many people are taking it. So somebody said, go to the pharma guys. So we created something called gene editing, and then we create genomic sequencing. Then we said drug discovery, $1 billion. So $500 million comes to supercomputing. Okay, so that is what we do. Okay, so what I will do in the next 3 minutes is to kind of tell you a few things. It's interesting. You know, because we are associated with software industry in this country, we travel around the world. People keep asking, you know, tell me what is this special about Indian software industry and stuff like that. So normally what we do is typical professors in IT, IIT, IIM, etc. We try to come with some numbers, right? We tell them, you know, 4 million direct jobs, another 4 million indirect jobs, $340 billion of export, 7 to 8% of GDP, etc. So one of my students came and said, sir, don't use these numbers, because first of all, these numbers get dated. Second thing is, people will not remember numbers. You have to put it differently. So he taught me. So this is how I do now. So let me quote, okay? Smell fragrance, think France. Watch time, think Swiss. Okay? Admire the precision of engineering, think Germany. And admire the jumbo size in anything from brinjal to airplanes, think of Uncle Sam. Watch kangaroo, think of down under. Use software, think India. So that is precisely what it is. So now I'm actually going to tell you, you can also borrow things from me, okay? So actually it has already been made by other speakers. Take a tablet, think India. So that is what we are going to, okay? So you see, in software, we actually moved from design, now we are getting into manufacture. See, most of the chips in the planet, some design would have happened in Namma Bangalore. Unfortunately, we were only doing it as a design services. See, it is something like I am a cook, I am paid a wage. I make amazing stuff, but someone else takes it to the consumer. But I am only a design services. We are changing now. So in pharma, you have done exactly opposite. You have been making it. I tell you, my first encounter with Indian pharma was, I started working in Delhi, and I always wanted to see Gangaji. I went to Rishikesh. And we go to Rishikesh, suddenly you find a factory. What is this factory in Rishikesh? IDPL, Indian Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Limited. They make lots of these low-value tablets. So you actually started, I'm talking about 1970. So we have been making drugs, but only now we are designing drugs, we are inventing drugs, drug discovery is happening. Of course, I admire you a lot, the pharma industry, because you made all Indians proud by designing a COVID vaccine, Bharat Biotech. So we are doing it, but as Dr. Jain said, we need to do 100 of them. We need to design 100 drugs. So that is the homework for you. Okay, and what is special about Namma Bangalore? We are an IT capital and a biotech capital. Just not for India, but for the world. So this is the best place, and Ushaji, you can't be more lucky than what you are, right? I think this is what you should do. Okay, so last but not the least, just for fun, I'll tell you something. Okay, I kind of went to Andhra University website yesterday, and I'm just quoting what it says. The importance of pharmaceutical sciences led to the formation of a separate department in 1951 with the commencement of B.Pharm course with late Professor S. Rangaswamy as a founder head of the department. Professor Rangaswamy happens to be my mama, my mother's brother. Okay, he moved to Delhi, and Professor T.R. Seshadri and Professor Rangaswamy held one of the finest chemistry departments in the planet. And I understand from many of the people later on that the PhD students of Professor Seshadri and Rangaswamy went to many universities to head the departments, and their students are the people who are running those departments now. So I thought that I will share this with you. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for that simple yet clear and illuminating address, highlighting the Indian software industry and the journey from number to codes. Your ability to bridge technology and management has always been an inspiration. Thank you, sir. It is now my privilege to invite respected administrator with extensive experience in public systems and healthcare governance. May I request Dr. C.S. Kedar, IAS retired, former Director General, ESIC, Senior Advisor, IIHMR Bangalore, to please come forward to the stage and address the gathering with his valuable perspectives.
Have anything valuable to share. In fact, I am the only odd man out there. Odd man out for three reasons. I am Dr. C.S. Kedar. I am not MBBS doctor. I am a PhD in political science. So I am the first odd man out there. Of course, political science, the first thing that I would love to, whatever I learned from Jain Saab, DQ, decency quotient. I think it's highly needed for all public executives. All public executives now should be trained on that. I think we should have new training modules which should come, because that's one of the important things, because gradually we must learn that people with extraordinary brilliance are going to really run the country and the globe. So we should learn to be more humble than necessary. I'm also odd man out for one more reason. When Rubel, her name is Rubel, na? Rubel asked percentage of success, somebody said 60, 70, 80. I was the only odd man out who said 100%. You must be wondering, it was by instinct I said 100%. Because in public service, if you don't do anything, no problem. But if you do 100 things, out of that one fail, then you are crucified forever in the whole service. One cannot go wrong, right? Even if you don't do 99, no problem. So you can't just say that I will have one. That's why I told 100%. So I'll tell you simple things that has happened in my life itself. When I was DC in Bijapur, we were doing in a big way this polio drops. We had not overcome polio. So one baby died. I don't know why it died. As the deputy commissioner, but I'm not even a doctor, but one baby died. The whole polio vaccine for that year was gone in the whole district, in the surroundings at least, most of the district. So one failure is something that can trigger lots of changes in India. So, in fact, when I was Ballari Deputy Commissioner, I had become a little more better, but even then, we had diarrhea in a village thanks to contaminated water. We gave ORS, what you call ORS. We gave ORS, one child died. We don't know why. He had not found out any medicine, how to overcome that. He had not given me any medicine to, when one person died out of drops, polio drops, How to handle that? We didn't know, we had no medicine. So next 2-3 days, I had to admit 50 children, giving them drips because I couldn't give them ORS. So one of the things that we always, in public service, we are worried is, we are not happy with 99, we want 100%. So now with one small thing I am going to end. As I told you, I can only give lecture on political science. One of the things as DG ESI I have noticed is that 70 to 80% of the people who come to my hospitals, minimum 70%, they come for only similar ailments. Hospitals are full because of similar ailments. This is true of all government hospitals. Private, they will think because they have to pay a little more, so they think. But since in government or ESI it is free, they come. And possibly we have to come out with systems which prevent people from coming to the hospital. Now, when I was about, this is from my past history, but if you come to future, all lifestyle diseases are all going to make hospitals full with patients. So a stage may come where probably pharmacy, for world it may do something else, but for us, they have to find out either a vaccine or inoculation or some sort of a drug which can protect for 6 months, 8 months. It could be as simple as diarrhea, as simple as influenza, as simple as cold. So if we want mass cover and we have such dispersed population, possibly the invention should be prevention and ensure that people don't come to hospital. And we ensure that, as he says, anybody else in the world, he props up the medicine, he thinks of India, but for India we will not give that drug, we will give something else so that it is more into preventive. I hope the drug industry here is able to do it. Maybe some drugs we can still sell in India, we have no issues because there are some urban areas where they are willing to purchase. But if you look at majority of 70 to 80%, probably we must look at preventive. 1 year you take. Of course, they have come out with for influenza, there something vaccination, but we have not fully succeeded. So rural area also, young people having recent survey of high school students, Professor Shadgopan, it might worry you. High school students having problems of diabetes, having problem of blood pressure, having problems stress related. So possibly I think a time has come where we are, and rural areas, it's not urban areas. We all thought some of the diseases were only rich people. So I was having a problem of, as a DG, I was having all my stress related problems. But I was surprised to know my driver was also taking the same medicine. He also had same disease. So I think now it is becoming neutral. So I wish all of you all the very best, but keep it in mind that all the diseases are now status neutral. So we should have different types of drugging. I'm sorry, drugging is not the right word. Okay, medication for different people. So thank you. I think you can do that under Jain's leadership. Thank you very much. I wish all the very best. I want a lot of our students now. IIHMR is full. I think Professor Shadgopan should be the happiest man. We were only having health management. Once he came, hospital management. Once he came, we stepped on to health management, which was little more tech oriented. Hospital was mundane things. Then we started AI and data. And now pharmacy with tech orientation. So now we have completed the whole globe. I don't know, some other piece may be there, maybe 4 or 5 years down the line. I am grateful to you, Professor. Thanks for always being associated. And he has justified that our campus is in Electronic City. We are the closest to the Electronic City, and our 2 offices were hardly 1.5 kilometers. We never met. So fortunately, I knew IIIT, right, when I was finance secretary. I knew IIHMR from 2009. So it so happened that one day I said, you come, and then things started changing. Thank you, Professor, again. Thank you, Usha, for encouraging all my idiosyncrasies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your pragmatic and profound reflections on being humble and the importance of doing one thing at a time with full dedication. Also, it is an honor to hear your experiences in public service, providing us with a vital framework of how this industry works.
With great pleasure, we now proceed to express our gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries. To begin, may I request Dr. Usha Manjunath to extend a warm gesture of appreciation to our chief guest, Mr. Sudarshan Jain, as a mark of our sincere thanks. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I request Dr. Sarla R., Dean Academics and Student Affairs, Research and Publication, IIHMR Bangalore, to kindly step forward and acknowledge our guest, Dr. C.S. Kedar, as a gesture of our deep appreciation. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Gyan Chandra Kashyap, Assistant Professor, IIHMR Bangalore, to convey our gratitude to Professor S. Sadgopan as a token of our respect and appreciation. Thank you, sir. I further request Dr. Rajeshwari B.S., Associate Professor, IIHMR Bangalore, to do the honors of recognizing Dr. Usha Manjunath as a small expression of our gesture. Thank you, ma'am.
We are now transitioning into our first panel discussion, Reimagining Pharma, transitioning from traditional generics to transformative therapies. This topic is highly relevant as the industry shifts from generics to value-driven innovation, focusing on advanced therapies and precision medicine, while balancing affordability and accessibility. I request Mr. Anup Sons, founder, editor, medicineman.net, to be the moderator for this session. Now, I request the panelists for this discussion to please take their places on the stage. Mr. Vardarajan Satyamurthy, Executive Vice President, Human Resource, Commercial Excellence and LNOD, Microlabs Limited. Dr. Anju Mishra, Vice President, Pharma Research and Analytics, C5I. Mr. Mohan Devadiga, Chief Operating Officer, Graphene AI. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Now let's start our first panel discussion.
So afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you. And I think we've had some very stimulating keynote sessions, which should have warmed the panel members. And the introductions, I will not go into it. We'll straight away dive into the subject. So at the end of it, we probably will have some 10 minutes for question and answer session with the panel members. What I would request you, those who have questions, is to kindly write it down. And somebody from IIHMR can collect those questions and give it to me, so that when you write down, actually, even in the era of artificial intelligence, the hand-eye movement actually stimulates your neurons, not the scrolling, okay? So it's very, very important that you learn from this time itself to write. So write down your questions, be clear on what you want and from whom, and then we will see how many questions we can take. So are we ready to roll ahead? Okay, great. So I have disclaimer, or should I say, I've taken enough help from AI to phrase this question. So you have a very diverse audience. Yeah, you have somebody from the research industry. You have somebody from proper pharma guy, Varadarajan, whom I've had the pleasure of knowing for 25 plus years, and so too Mohan Devadiga. We all worked in the field as reps and then grew up. So, you know, hardcore pharma guys. So I'll let you go first, Dr. Anju. So if we step back and look at global pharma today, what do you believe is the single biggest shift in the industry from a science, business, and patient perspective?
I also belong to Core Pharma. I started my career with Cipla.
Yeah. Is she audible?
Am I audible?
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I belong to this community. And then eventually, of course, I matured into a more research sector. So I think your question is very relevant in today's times when you say that what is the shift that has happened overall in the pharma industry? I would like to answer this question maybe covering four basic components. Am I audible?
Yeah,
Thank you. So when I look at the pharma industry today and versus maybe a few years back, the one single shift that I see is the movement from a chemistry-led volume model to more of a biology-led, and I think people have spoken enough about it since morning, a more biology-led outcomes-based model. So that to me is the defining criteria of the shift that has happened. But as I said, I would like to break it down into four components which come to my mind immediately. One is the shift from a science perspective. The second would be a shift from a business perspective overall, looking at the pharma companies. Third would be from a patient perspective, and I think for lack of a better word, the fourth shift could be from a more structural perspective overall. So from a science perspective, as everybody has already spoken about it, there is a value redefinition that has happened. So we are not no longer just looking at blockbuster drugs to be a marquee of success of the pharma industry. We are more looking at the impact that these drugs are having on the patient, right? For example, personalization of medicine. The complex biologics are doing the trick. The cell therapy, the gene therapy, CAR T therapy, some speakers spoke about since morning. So immunology is doing the trick. The discovery, the impact that AI is having on discovery timelines, on the discovery process per se, is enabling this, right? The second shift that I want to talk about is on business. Now, on business, no doubt we are no longer looking at a blockbuster drug defining the value, but the shift is more towards, instead of say how many patients have you treated, to how effectively have you treated a patient, right? So that is the impact that business is having today. And instead of looking at, for example, micro labs, right, for lack of a better example, again, we are not looking at one single pharma company doing things end to end. We are looking at innovation being borrowed from here and there. So that's on business. The third is patient. Now, patients today, They are living like kings in the era of retail, in the era of retail banking, for example, who are treating these patients like the most important person on earth. And when these patients go to hospitals, that's the exact same treatment they are expecting, which means don't give me a Me Too drug. Don't give me something which, just about anybody can have. What is in it that you're giving to me, which can actually help me personalize my treatment, right? So in that era, when patients are carrying data on their wrists, I'm wearing one, right? So I can go to my doctor, tell the doctor, hey doctor, last night I think I had an episode of atrial fibrillation. And my cardiologist would be like, oh, okay, how do you know that? Right? So in this era, I think patients are demanding more and more and more from their doctors, from the healthcare providers. So it's a era of new expectations when you would also like to uh, get personalized medicine, and also when we talk of say digital twins, for example, right? We can't wait forever for a new drug to come. Digital twins, agentic AI, all of this is helping us reduce the timelines. Lastly, and I'll pause after this in case anybody has questions, when I spoke about the structural impact of this shift. So the structural impact is more towards an orchestrated ecosystem, right? People like you, the universities, the academia, biotech, which provides innovation, pharma, which can provide scale, uh, all of these, and tech companies, right, which provide technology and the AI required for us to come to new drugs, better drugs. All of these need to work together as one integrated ecosystem for success to happen. It cannot be fragmented.
Great.
So to me, that's what. The
So I
shift
think
is.
everywhere we are talking about ecosystems as necessary so that the end consumer or the patient really benefits from an ecosystem where he can access what he needs, when he needs, and how he needs it, because that is how they are accessing so many other services through the apps. You can select the blood test that you want, you can know what charge you want, and the guy comes home and collects the blood sample, and in 48 hours the results are there. So I think the whole spectrum of accessing healthcare for some segment of patients at least is changing dramatically. Those who have the smartphone are using it for all kinds of purposes. So you can get this. So it's an ecosystem that is available. The patient may preemptively do the diagnosis himself with the help of all these diagnostic labs which are pushing their products to housing societies and all kinds of places through their apps and their physical presence. So Mohan, you've been a veteran on both sides. You've been on the pharma sector working with both the MNCs and then the Indian companies, and then now you have moved into a very niche area of AI almost 9 years back. When today we are talking about AI, you already been there. So can you tell us what's the impact of AI going to be on these various areas of this ecosystem? And the hype is always there because you have to raise funds. Without funds, you cannot raise, without hype, you cannot raise funds. So can you tell us what is really happening and where the impact of AI is going to be there?
Yeah. So thanks, Anup. I echo what Dr. Anju said. In the area of drug discovery and development, the AI has really played a measurable impact, right? So, for example, if you take pre-AI era, it took about 10 years for us to, decode the genome sequence. But today, if you have to get it done, it does it in 5 hours. And it costed us $1 billion against today it can cost us only $1,000. And that's the power of AI, right? And if you take drug discovery, we are talking about precision medicine because our understanding of genome sequence has gone up. Of course, we are still understanding only 2% of the genome sequence. You can imagine what are the days to come. And AI is helping tremendously in designing the drug target, designing the drug and identifying the drug target as well as identifying the right patients. And when it comes to the drug development in terms of the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 trials, as we know that, it has to come through those stages. Particularly in phase 1 study, as Dr. Anju was telling, There is a concept of digital twins. There are in silico trials, and US FDA is at least right now they're accepting it as a supplementary data, if not as an independent data, and it has brought down the cost almost by 30%. Of course, the days are still far away for it to impact phase 3 trial, I would say. Uh, I see a tremendous scope for AI to, reduce the three problems we are trying to address there. One is the cost, because any new drug coming into the market, it will also already have a cost of $1.5 to $3 billion, right? And the second is the speed. It's very slow. It takes about 8 to 10 years for a new molecule to come in. And the third one is the failure rate. Only 1 out of 10 drugs which enter the clinical trial would come out successfully. So these three factors, I'm definitely seeing an impact of, the AI. And apart from that, the repetitive task. Once the drug is already in the market, you need to do a pharmacovigilance. Those area AI has well entrenched. And I would say still there is a scope for improvement in LLM or generative AI space, because of generative AI is as good as the data beneath it or data under the hood. So that's where, it would take some time for it to.
Can you give us some examples now from your company, Graphene AI, who are, you don't need to name your clients, but you can say at least whether they are in India or they are in the global scenario, and what's happening in the world versus in India. Where are we in terms of adapting AI in terms of real utility?
Yeah, I think they are at a very various stage of, adoption. In fact, I have seen them very closely even much before, the generative AI models come into the scene, because we were trying to develop our own model, scraping doctors' conversations, patients' conversations, and trying to get the report out of it to address their business needs. So there we used to face a lot of hesitancy because they never believed it. Now the situation is slowly changing with LLM models being there. For example, models like Perplexity, they give the data along with the references, because in some of the models like Gemini or ChatGPT, if you ask the same question after 5 hours, it may come out with a different answer, right? So that credibility is going up now. And in terms of the marketing, see, the medical generation content, pharma is a very regulated field, right? So medical generation, content generation, it has a tremendous scope, but still it has to pass through a biggest bottleneck, I would say, the medical department, right? They would see each comma, full stop, references and all this. So it will take some time for that. And I think even the marketeer, for example, he has to definitely start using LLM, because it's a huge efficiency improvement for him. For that to happen, so the underlying data, as I said, so it has to be good. And one more interesting thing which we had done with one of the clients of a wearable health device company, right? They were capturing every minute 8 vitals data. Okay, so it is 8 per minute. Just imagine per day, it was 11,252 data points, if my maths is right, 1 or 200 here and there, right? So just imagine that sort of a data to be analyzed by either a patient or a doctor. It's a humongous task, right? So that is where the AI does it very well in terms of the pattern recognition. So it can predict where it could go wrong. So these are some of the areas, we have really seen definite improvement with AI being there.
Yeah. So coming to you, Vardarajan, you have been on the wide spectrum of pharma functions, from sales and marketing to analytics to SFE and commercial excellence, and now you're also looking at learning and development. So looking at all these changes, if there is one capability that is a non-negotiable or something that organizations and people, and especially the younger generation, need to have in the next generation, what would be that one capability that people and organization need to develop?
Anup, thank you. Thanks for asking this question. Before that, I just wanted to add a few learnings which I had in the morning. Pharma, both global and India, is at an inflection point. Though we may call that, we are the global generic and we are proud of it, great. But unfortunately or fortunately, I think we have to look at 3-4 levers which is coming out is better outcomes for the patient.
Absolutely.
I think that's coming out very clearly. Complex therapies are emerging and you have no choices. And the third is integrated care. I think these 3 points coming in, when you said about I do want to connect the points to data point, when this is going to be my future in India, I think the talent also should emerge. So one of the point which comes out is, should I completely revamp the existing talent and bring in something new? I don't think so that's possible. What we need to do is, how can I retrain our existing people towards the requirement? Say, for example, in an R&D folks, or if you take marketing, or you get into any of the key innovation areas, I think what we generally do is, many a time we get into the mundane rut of many of the areas, and that's where I think the new AI emerging and some of the areas we could look at and we are good at it, but how do we structure it and take towards the particular goal will be important. Now, coming to this requirement, what I look at it in an organization which is there is, we should select a gamut of people who have a leverage for the future potential, look at retrain them to the scope which is possible, and there would be another set of job, like for example, biosimilars or medical R&D expertise. These are the areas where I think we need to really hire those skills, get it clearly towards the expectation line. And this amalgamation of these two put together is going to emerge as a new organization for the future requirement, from the volume to the value game, which is going to be the future. Second is, with this particular journey, India has the potential, because one is we have the talent, already inherited talent. There are a lot of academia which is available who are ready to support. One of the area, to answer your question straight, is rather than pushing boxes, I think it should go into the more of a patient value per patient. That mindset shift has to come at the strategic leadership level at Pharma. The second important aspect which clearly should be the game plan, which is going to be when you're going into value and you're going at innovation, I think the whole game plan will also change. I think with that, the talent will start emerging. I think with this point, one clearly comes out, what is the talent I want to scout for. One of the bottleneck also, I will tell you what is happening. When I am already positioned very well with huge volume game, I am the global pharmacy, why should I just suddenly jump? And there's a big change management. When this is going to be there, when I am comfortable, should I move? Should I really take a jump towards it? But in this particular game, there will be few emerging players coming out, which is not known today. There will be pharma companies, there will be some leadership which will suddenly abruptly come, which I just saw how Vikrant told very clearly. ChatGPT took hardly few years, and Netflix took so many years, and then other things took, LinkedIn took more. So same journey is going to emerge very shortly, and then the talent cohort which is going to come out of this is going to be tested very hard. I think that emergence we will see in not many years. Within another 5-6 years, you can start seeing it. At least at R&D level, innovation, technology, search, and analytics, data science. I think this is very clearly showing the way that you have no option, because global pressure is going to be immense. I think that's what I would say from the point which you asked.
Yeah. Dr. Anju, you have some thoughts on what is that one capability that will really make a difference? Because we are now talking about from the patient perspective, when we come, we are looking at real world evidence. We are looking at health economics, outcomes research, things and concepts that are not Indian pharma and Indian healthcare is so familiar or comfortable with. But we eventually have to move there, because governments will ask us, if government is the provider of healthcare, government will ask us to demonstrate that if you have used this drug, then what is the outcome of this drug? In the case of a vaccine, it is abundantly clear to prove the outcomes. In case of polio, we are saying that we have become a polio-free nation now. So, you know, even all kinds of drugs and diagnostics ultimately will have to demonstrate outcomes because government is increasingly becoming the key spender in healthcare. So, from that perspective, what are the one capability that we need to develop in the next 10 years?
I think Dr. Varadarajan has really dealt with this question in detail, but I can only support what he said. In addition to the point that he brought out, one thing which is very relevant is pleased to the people in this room, especially the students, is adoption of AI. Right? Now, the one capability that I feel everybody, each one of us, should have in us is that adoption. Now, the question, and in my role in my company, I usually get this question from people that, are you going to replace people with AI? Well, that's not how it will be, right? In no domain this is true, especially in science. But will AI make no impact on jobs or no impact on people? Well, that's not true as well. Now, if I look at scientists especially, right, will AI replace scientists? No. Scientists who work with AI will replace scientists who do not work with AI. And that's true for all domains. So I think the one thing that we should all be very, very welcoming for is the new technology. Work with youngsters in whatever role you're working in. If you're a teacher, if you're a professor, have open ears with the youngsters in your class, in your room. Likewise for people at senior levels in your companies. The evidence is there for all of us to see, very clearly brought out by Dr. Mohan as well in shrinking the timeline of discovery and clinical trials. Right? The whole impact that electronic health records are having in creating placebos, right? Synthetic external controls. We had not thought about it earlier, ever. It's only because of AI that it became possible that today FDA is accepting those as an evidence to sort of approve new indications for existing drugs and also for primary approvals for rare diseases. So this is a big change and it is in the benefit of all of us. So that one thing that I think everybody should adopt is new technologies.
Great. So Varadarajan, I'll come back to you again because you made a very important point that, you know, the current management or the current, say, let us say the CEO, he has his own set of targets, right, which has to achieve. And if you look at the lifespan of CEOs, it becomes very evident it is becoming shorter and shorter. So if he is entrusted simultaneously with what he has to deliver in the near and medium term, as well as look at a distant horizon of 10 years, obviously he will, you know, disrupt the other one, the long-term one. So what are your thoughts on this as that, are we going to be stuck with incremental changes or, you know, disruptors are going to come completely from outside? Now, if you look at technology, Google and Microsoft were the top players in terms of, but the disruption didn't come from them because they did not see AI coming in such a big disruptor. It's a totally unknown company called ChatGPT and DeepSeek from China and, you know, others coming in the space. And so is the future going to come from the existing company? And if so, what is the transition that we have to make? Because, you know, transition is not something that you can take like an armband and stick it over here and it begins to work. People talk about resilience, people talk about emotional intelligence as if it's a cap that you can wear. It's a lived experience over a period of time by which you become emotionally intelligent. So what is your take on that from an L&D perspective is to how do we make this shift?
Anup, very, very clear. If I see what keeps the CEO awake in the night, evidently clear that if I look at the growth and the competition with low margins and high volume, a CEO, if you ask, typically he wants to change the whole thing because he looks at speed and the profitability. So I think when it comes to these two game plan, very evidently clear, he has to use technology. Again, I think it's reinforced. He has no other go, but if he's not going to leverage on technology and people both, because you can't have only technology and say who is going to use it, who is going to leverage it, it comes out openly and clearly. What I see, one of the major milestone which is there in pharma, which is going to be there, today if you take 70 to 80% of Indian companies, they have only played in a volume game. What's surprising to me is now that if you take the top 10 companies, they have started building brand because of the accessibility in India. They also understood that this will create a differentiation, even the minutest thing which is going to make the change. Now, this is where they have to fine tune it. For that, you require a lot of support functions to act, including HR for capability, marketing to make that intelligence, looking at the key lever that how can I speed is one of the lever which many of us miss out is the logistics and supply chain. They will use AI, I can bet on you that it's going to happen is they will use for demand planning. For example, what the CEO expects from the supply chain is, I want to reduce the inventory by 15, 20, improve less wastage, but see that it's available on time everywhere. So these are going to be the growth levers, which was not seen as one of the things. They were always seeing as sales and marketing done, push the boxes, done. But how do I define a customer? What is the science behind it? How do I differentiate myself from the competition along with the science? Because you will agree today there are UCPMP law coming in. Very clearly your choices are limited, boundaries are very clearly drawn, and we need to differentiate ourselves in the marketplace. I think these are going to be the way the talent will be hunt and the CEO will start have to work on this. That is my opinion.
Great. So, Mohan, from AI and global insights leadership perspective, I believe you are interacting with global companies, pharma companies, leadership for AI and other things related to that. Where do you see the biggest disconnect? And how do we close the gap between AI generated insights and real world clinical and commercial outcomes?
So I would like to address this question in two parts. One from a HCP or a doctor perspective. See, there is a very interesting data. In the US, if you look at the top 3 causes of death, in the US, if you look at the top 3 causes of death, you would have guessed the first cause, right? Because it's the land of burgers and coke, cardiac events, right? And the second one is cancer. And the third one, the major contributor for the third one is the MD prescribed medicine. The overuse, wrong use, right? Wrong indication, drug interactions. And there was a survey done by Stanford University. They studied the decisions made by the doctors, 1,188 decisions over a period of 7.5 days. And they found 80% of them to be not having a published data evidence. So where is the gap? So how do you equip the decision enablement at the point of care? So that is where, the AI can play a major role in terms of, at the HCP level or a doctor level. And when it comes to the patient level, I see a very clear shift in the patient behavior. Because, again, Edelman had done one survey. They surveyed around young adults of 38 to 44 years. 38 to 44 years, yes. And 45% of them said, after using LLM, we know as much as the doctor knows. So where it is taking us, because we are living with a generation who wouldn't have seen a travel agent, who wouldn't have gone to a bank or don't even know how does that
the real world work.
Yeah. And everything is served to them in a very systematic, organized way in a platform, right? Be it e-commerce or quick commerce, whatever it is. So true patient centricity is going to come, whatever we have been talking for the last 10, 20 decades, I'm sure it's going to come in the next 5 to 10 years. Medicine also is going to be, healthcare is also going to be a self-servicing model, and which will be aided by the AI. So that is the change, that's what I'm visualizing very soon, which is enabled by AI.
I think excellent. So we are all agreed that AI is going to play a critical role in reimagining not just pharma, but the entire life of a consumer, in which healthcare is a part. We are seeing now education, how the children are adapting AI to do their homework. I also work for a school. So during the COVID years, we had all digital classes for 2 years. And after they came back, there used to be a funny cartoon which says that, now, Papa, how do I mute the teacher when I go to the physical class? So education, so you really cannot evaluate the change that technology is having. My 3-year-old granddaughter knows to change the screen on a phone. Every day, that's her first job. She gets up and the screen has to be something new. And the only thing she enjoys seeing video is of herself taken by her parents. So, and she's just 3 years and she knows how to unlock it. She knows, the zigzagging way. So we really cannot fathom what the next generation is going to do. I think the responsibility of each of us as leaders or as seniors is to facilitate the youngsters, the next generation. Instead of saying, don't use that phone, is to tell them, how do you really use that phone as an effective tool? So with that, I will close the session. If there's any questions, we will answer those questions. Any questions? You made a very interesting observation saying that, the burger and those kind of lifestyle, they produce cardiac disease and metabolic disease and obesity in the Western world. Now, we were predominantly an infectious disease, market. If you look at the ORG or IMS or now Pharma Track data, except in the last 2 years, I think anti-infectives used to dominate the market. Now, for the last 3 to 5 years, Mixtard was number 1, Glycomet was number 2, and not any small volume. They were 500 crores. I mean, Novo Nordisk is simply a brilliant company at the end of the day, So it's really fascinating to see that, in a way, whether we like it or not, the coming of cardiac diseases and obesity to India is an indirect reflection to say that we are also becoming a developed country. With all the parameters of GDP and everything else, but this is also a parameter to say, look at the diseases that we are having now. When I was growing up, deworming was one of the main thing because, we were playing in the soil. And then we used to have ringworm, so eczema, we had all these Bitex and what are the creams to apply. They're all gone now, Children at a very young age now are having mental health issues. So the Western world is slowly, whether we like it or not, it's a different thing. But I think the same disease profile of a developed world is coming to India, and in that respect, we are a developed world. So like the developed world has adopted AI in a very big way, India also needs to adopt it in a big way. So thank you very much for patiently listening to us. Have a great lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enriching insights. It was fascinating to hear the shift towards advanced therapies is being balanced with the core pillars of affordability and accessibility, highlighting the impact of shift from chemistry-led models to biologically led discoveries. Then the importance of skilled trainings required for complex therapies and integrated treatments, along with the importance of having major focus on the patient-centric outcomes. Concluding with the impact of AI in drug discoveries, personalized and precision medicines, along with reimagining the entire healthcare delivery system. Thank you. We now take a moment to express our appreciation to our esteemed panelists for their valuable insights. May I request our moderator, Mr. Anup Sons, to kindly felicitate our panel members for their valuable contribution to this discussion. I Ashwari B.S., Associate Professor, to felicitate our moderator, for Mr. Anup Sons, in appreciation for his insightful perspectives. I request Dr. Naina to take the stage and conduct the further quiz.
A very good afternoon. Just to keep all of you, we have a quiz. Yes, at the end of the quiz, we have prizes to be given away also. Just to make the day interesting, memorable, because you are taking home the prizes. And second thing is, we have a lot of interesting sessions happening and the room is so cozy. I know it is easy to fall asleep. So let us not fall asleep. So let us be more attentive in the sessions. So since morning we have had a lot of discussions happening. So let me just check how much attentive all of you were. And if you please raise your hand and answer it, you will be given away with a prize. If it is in the mass, you have chocolates and water bottles on the table. That would remain your prizes. So please raise your hands if you know the answer, and the right answer will be given away with prizes. So at the end of every panel, we will have 4 to 5 questions with the promised prizes. And the questions are not just coming out of the panel discussion that is happening now, but whatever is being discussed since morning. So to begin with, let me keep it very simple, because just now we have had a panel discussion and very important point being discussed. My first question is, what is the third important cause of death in US as discussed by one of our panelists? Except for Usha ma'am, anybody can answer. What is the third important cause of death? Yes, sir, you can please come. Sorry, he was the first to raise the hand. If he goes wrong, I'll give the chance to the next person. So what is that? What is the third important cause of death as discussed in the panel? Madam, this is the person. He raised, is it?
When the doctors are prescribing
No, he gave away half the answer now. Sir, I'll give you the next chance. Don't mind. Yes.
May I?
Yes.
When doctors are prescribing wrong medicines.
So what happens when the doctors are prescribing wrong? You will get a prize. Please come. Usha ma'am, please. She wanted the session to be interesting. So she said, no, we will have quiz at the end of every session. They'll have a photograph with you, another prize. Yes. From the session in the morning, I would like to ask, what is our rank in Global Innovation Index? Sorry. I said you're not doing this. You missed one question. No, the answer was right actually, but she is not getting the prize. I've told you, please raise, stand up and then ask, because it becomes a mass answer. You lost that, but I wish you had got it. So the answer was right. Please don't answer that way. Yes. One of the speakers in the morning discussed about one of the government project that was declared by our finance minister. Yes, please.
Is it
Bioshakti.
Bio Pharma Shakti. Yes, you get a prize from one of our guests, so please. Congratulations on that. And from the panel discussion which happened just now, there was a definite number when the guest spoke about how AI is helping them out in analyzing the data. He gave two different numbers. One is a single digit number, the number of data, and the other is a 5-digit number. So if you can give me that single digit number, you'll get one prize. If you give me the second 5-digit number, you'll get two prizes. So that is a bonus. So what was the number he discussed? He said that these many data were generated. Yes, please come. These many data were generated in a minute. And guess if what happens in a day. How can it is humanly impossible to analyze the data. So what was the number?
Yeah, 8 parameters.
Yes, one prize.
And 11,252.
Congratulations, you get that right. Wow. You're analytically very sound, sir. If you're a student, I'm sure you'll be placed really well. So please. So done for the minute now. Please be attentive in the panel discussion. Oh, you have bonus 2 more questions. Yes, you have 2 more questions. Since morning, there was discussion about one branch of medicine which saw an overnight growth during COVID. Like Netflix and LinkedIn. Sir, come on. You're a student, is it? Please come. Yes, give the student a chance. So what is that branch of medicine that saw an overnight growth during COVID?
Telemedicine.
Applause. And sir, can you please give him the prize? Yeah, your name please?
Aman Jaiswal. Pharma Management.
Yes, that's really, really nice. And now we have an abbreviation. So since morning, because I don't belong to pharma, I was decoding what both the abbreviations were. Like sir told, I also like belong out of the box. So because I have to keep the, I have to be attentive. I am writing my notes. And I have listed a lot of abbreviations. So let me also check with these. How good are we with this? So since morning, there was one presentation which gave an abbreviation which goes like this, that is RWE. What does RWE means? See, the presenter is smiling because she knows the answer, but I can't give you the prize.
It's real.
But you can give the prize. Yes, yes, sir. One second. Yes, students are. Yes.
I'm not a student, I'm attending.
Right.
Here. It's real world evidence.
Please come, ma'am. At least I'm very happy that everybody is attentive in the discussions today. You can say your name as well.
Myself Sneha. From? I'm from Fortria. It's a clinical research organization.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And also, if you would have said that there are guests, we would have all been attentive from the
No,
first.
I mean, a post-lunch session is more challenging now because you'll have more competitors. Thank you so much.
Improving diagnosis, treatment, and patient engagement. With smart devices and digital platforms, real-time monitoring and personalized care are now possible, reshaping modern healthcare delivery. I request Dr. Bhaskar Rajakumar, Physician Leader, Chief Executive Officer, Charaka, and Program Director, Art Park, to share his expertise with us.
Good lunch. So I always say that post-lunch session Many people complain post-1 session is a very difficult session. I say it is the most convenient session. Guess why? No, you get very few questions. So in a way, you can finish fast and you don't get any questions. I am Dr. Bhaskar, a physician by education. Then a leap of faith, I moved into healthcare technology good 20 years back and then been there for quite some time. I've been tasked to lead the Center of Excellence for Health Tech and MedTech for the government of Karnataka. The slides look very bad because of the resolution, don't worry. Okay, so a quick question. This is a 1 trillion number. Anybody wants to take a guess, why am I showing this number, either $1 trillion? Somebody said health tech industry, yeah. Any other guesses? Eli Lilly's revenue. That's information for me, I didn't know that. Very close. Rather, it's the medtech industry worth about $1 trillion. It's about 1/3 of India's GDP, right? So that's the size of the medtech industry. Okay, thank you. This is approximately 2%. Why do I think I put 2%? No, this is, you're right. India's contribution to the $1 trillion, what we're talking about. But India contributes a good 20% of world population, but we contribute only 2%. The potential is huge. If we are a 1.4 billion population and contributing 2% to the medtech ecosystem or the dollars, we are not doing something right. So if you look at the real numbers, so 660 billion is what we're talking about and projected to 1.1 trillion. 50 billion is what is expected from India. But one thing what we'll have to really look at, even before jumping there, is the 14% CAGR. If you look at most of the industries, the growth rate is less than 10%. This is one area where we are looking a growth of 14 to 15%. People are even expecting beyond 15% CAGR growth for medtech devices. This has not happened in any other devices. What we are looking at is a UPI kind of movement which will happen in healthcare through medtech devices. Okay, so from morning we have had, so even before we get to these numbers, we have had multiple discussions about data. So where is the data coming from? How do you handle data, AI, etc., right? So can anybody guess what is the percentage of health data among all the data which is coming in the world? Quick numbers. Anybody wants to take a guess? 2-3%? Somebody says 2-3%. Anybody else wants to bet? Less than 10? 40%? 40%? Any other numbers? Wearable would increase it, of course. Anybody else? This is overall health related data of the, if I say 100 is the total number, what percentage of 100 is coming from health? All domains, health data, health related data. It can be wearable, it can be EMR, whatever data.
Something of 1 gigabyte of data.
True.
Now, how much is structured, how much is registered and stored, that's matter. So compared to banking, which is one of the most dominating data sector, they're just transactional data, one line, right? But next generation equation of one person. Now think about that. It's growing. It's depend, but I would say
number
would be, I would say, some 30-40% purely given by some progressive countries.
On dot, right? So somebody said 40, somebody said 30-40. It's 33% data of all the world data is coming from health. Just imagine all of us are complaining we don't have access to health data, but 33% of all the data in the world is just health data. Imagine if we get access to this data and what will happen to the medtech device and the AI world, what we are talking about, how it will transform what we are doing with respect to care. Now coming back to numbers, right? So I love numbers. I've been a topper in math, but went into medicine. So troubling you guys with numbers now. So that's again $1 billion. So what does this billion represent? So billion is the number of mobile users in India, which essentially means every single person who is holding a phone today, every single person who is accessing a bot today, every single person who is talking to a chatbot in rural India has access to some kind of healthcare services, and he is uploading some kind of data. And the below number, around 1.5 crores, is mostly urban. These are all people like you and me who are wearing smartwatches and roaming around. That's the smartwatch data just of India. That's 1% of Indian population who is using a smartwatch to track their health. That's the amount of data which is getting loaded into the cloud every single day. Why am I talking all of this? The whole idea is to represent the change in the trend, how we are approaching and looking at the healthcare ecosystem itself, right? So all this while, what we have been looking at as hospital administrators is build, operationalize, transfer. I was just talking to Muthu during lunchtime also. This has been a model which is living for good decades. You buy a device, you hand it over to the hospital, they'll run it for you, and you're hands off. That doesn't work anymore because your dependency on softwares is increasing. So when we are looking at what is tomorrow's medtech, it cannot be just a device and sell it to the hospital. You'll have to look at platforms. We have seen device as a handover, and then we saw a lot of SaaS coming up. The moment we say software, all of us talk about software as a service. Today we are moving even further from that. We are talking about platform as a service. My friend was talking about genetic data. So genetics cannot work as a software as a service. It's moving into platform as a service because it is transforming. So that's how it is moving. The next stage is actually resource as a service. So you'll have to provide multiple resources because the kind of resources required to run these systems is very, very different from the kind of resources what have been running the systems earlier. Why am I saying this? Again, if we are into medtech environment, what we have been doing and what we are selling will significantly change in the next 2-3 years. Now, the next point, all of us, when we say healthcare, we think about hospitals, which is changing, right? So today we are not looking at just hospitals. Today, everything is around the patient and home care, and how can you take healthcare services to the patient, not dragging a patient to the hospital, right? So how many of you have heard of Niramai? Any of you heard of Niramai? Yeah, see, quick 2-3 hands going up there, right? So Niramai is a AI-enabled breast cancer screening device, which has grown significantly in the past 2-3 years. Why? Not just because breast cancer is one of the biggest killers in India among women, but because it can actually take the device where the patients are, at their home, near the PHCs. Because getting a woman to a hospital for a mammography, it's a task. Not just because the services are not available, the stigma. A woman really does not walk into a mammography center and get a scan done. How do you solve that problem? Devices are going to where the patients are. That's where the med device market will really move towards. We spoke a lot about the third point with respect to AI-enabled and software-defined devices. CDSCO, FDA, EU, CE, all of them are building their regulations around how can you make software as a medical device, specifically AI as a medical device. If you look at how FDA has been approving devices, a significant percentage of them have been around SAMDs. Even though today a lot of these are around radiology-related stuff, 60-65%, if I'm not wrong, is around radiology, but it is changing. Cardio is taking over very slowly, but oncology is taking over. CRISPR is picking up significantly there. So beyond all of this, what also matters is when we were building a lot of these systems. See, I am a radiologist, practiced in hospital even before jumping into administration. Most of our systems were siloed. So when I'm building a medtech device, if it's in cardio, it worked within cardio wonderfully well. Cardiologist loves it. But when it has to transfer to transplant surgeon, it really did not happen. You had to write something and send it out to him. So how are you building these interoperable systems? That's what a platform as a service really builds, right? So there are multiple platform businesses which are coming up, integrating legacy systems and also the new age system. These are med devices by themselves. Platforms themselves are becoming med devices today. That's what we'll have to look at. Again, another point, it's a wonderful theme. You have called it augmented intelligence. multiple places when I'm giving talks, when somebody asks me what is artificial intelligence in healthcare specifically, what I say is artificial intelligence today has still not reached a stage where it has become artificial intelligence among doctors or healthcare. It is still augmented intelligence. It is only augmenting the way we can really deliver care. What we'll have to really focus while we are using AI or building these devices is how can you further augment? So that's one area clinically if we are building something in medtech, if you are really augmenting something instead of wraparounds. We have lot of wrappers from schedule management to calendar management to OPD management. Move beyond all of this when you're building a medtech device. Focus on how can you really augment a service what a doctor is providing. Some areas, a lot of students were asking me these questions. Some areas, where should we focus upon as students for tomorrow? Now, you have clinical AI and diagnostic. This is one area which is significantly growing. So if you guys get a chance, walk into the corridors of CCamp here, walk into corridors of NCBS, IAC. So you will see significant innovations happening here. The kind of technologies which are getting grown is amazing, rather mind-blowing, right? So today morning, I'm not sure if you guys have heard of, anybody has heard of Dognosis? You heard of Dognosis, wonderful. So I have one hand going up. So Dognosis is a very nice technology. Today morning, they actually had a field day where they had open house for everybody to visit the dog kennels and see and know what Dognosis is doing. So Dognosis is a company which is using AI and dogs to diagnose, rather triage and pre-diagnose cancers. A very simple mechanism. Dogs are very good in smelling, all of us know. So we are made to wear masks and the masks are collected and presented to the dogs to smell. So dogs are smelling these masks and actually predicting cancers. They are saying it is about 97% accurate. They are running trials as of now. It's working in Israel. They are trying this out. So that's where it is moving. So if it works, it's very cheap and very easy if it works. Digital therapeutics. So we have moved leaps and bounces with respect to digital screening and digital diagnostics. Digital therapeutics is one area where things are changing. I was just mentioning about CRISPR. CRISPR is really changing the way with respect to digital therapeutics. Genomics, genetics is actually moving the needle very fast, right? So remote patient monitoring, there was an award during the quiz given that how telemedicine really changed the world during COVID. I think remote patient monitoring, Cloud Physician is doing amazing job. They are Bangalore born. So those kind of things. Surgical and care robotics. Robotics is another area where India is really contributing very, very big. Any of you guys in the medtech space want to build for tomorrow, focus on how can you build these accessories for existing robots and also build an India-born robot. So that there is a very big market because we cannot really afford a lot of Da Vinci's. If you can build, there is one competitor for Da Vinci in India. There can be many more. Precision and personalized treatment with AI and the kind of genomic access what we are building. This will be the future. This will be for tomorrow where we can not necessarily only treat Indians. We can build these platforms and actually treat the world with precision medicine. Interoperability and FHIR, we all know about ABDM, how it is transforming access to healthcare and also building that data stack and data layer. So that's another area. Cybersecurity. So how many of you have heard of DPDP? Very small number. Surprised. I should ideally be seeing all hands going up. If you are healthcare administrators and if you're not heard of DPDP, you have 2 months more. Please be well aware of what DPDP is talking about, because if you are working on patient data, if you are working on health tech or medtech and collecting even single patient data, better be aware of DPDP. So this is from the backyard, right? So when we are talking about medtech and health tech, I have not put up any major companies here very intentionally. We have big pharma, big medtech companies who are in our backyard, but these are companies which happened in the past 5 years or around that 5-year time, right? So Muthu is here from Tricog, but all of these guys, how many companies of these, any of these companies you guys recognize? Cure AI? So most of these companies, you believe it or not, they either were born in Bangalore or incubated in Bangalore or still have a significant part of their business based out of Bangalore, right? So for many years, Bangalore has been the ecosystem which is brewing such kind of talent in medtech. So idea is, with the kind of people sitting in this room, can we really make Bangalore the Boston of medtech? So we have been the Silicon Valley, we have been the capital of many other things. Can Bangalore be the capital of medtech too? It's really possible. There might be very soon the first unicorn in healthcare coming out of one of these guys. The ecosystem, why is this happening, right? So when you have so many guys popping out of just one city in India, why is this happening? So like I was saying, so you guys should visit some of these centers. CCAMP has a wonderful ecosystem starting from early stage research, translational research to diagnostics, validation, etc., etc. Bangalore Bioinnovation Center is possibly one of the biggest incubation spaces for pharma related research, and it is free to access. Please look up, visit. Charaka is something what I'm leading. It's very new. We are running acceleration programs, incubation programs. We have funding programs where we'll fund. IKP has a beautiful facility in Bangalore and a much bigger facility in Hyderabad. Art Park is the AI and robotics tech park. We focus on AI and robotics based innovation. There is significant amount of money. We recently funded a huge amount on a couple of healthcare organizations, one on the AI space, one on the robotics space, building the rehab suit. FSID, again, IISc, Tanu is a AI Center of Excellence set up by Ministry of Education, focused on healthcare, specifically on non-communicable diseases. Derby, if you know, Derby is in Dayanand Sagar, so they are focused on healthcare. IIMB, NSR Cell has been doing some amazing work with respect to acceleration of early stage ventures. Enapoya has a beautiful center. If you are in Bangalore, Triple IT Bangalore, again, Electronic City. Kasturba is in Bangalore, again. So beyond Bangalore, we also have AMTZ, IIT Madras, Delhi. There are so many centers, but unfortunately, the awareness among innovators in the medtech space has been limited. So I would suggest, please go access, figure out, and they have open doors. It's not like you need to have access, you need to know somebody, nothing like that. If you walk in tomorrow, you say, I'm a researcher, I'm a student in medtech space, they will allow you to discuss and also interact and see if there are opportunities for you to work there. Another biggest problem, like you have startups, you'll say, oh, these guys raised money, they did it big. Then you say, okay, this is government ecosystem, not really easy to access, etc., etc. But everybody will say, I don't have money if I want to build something, which is false. You speak to any big government department or funders. I speak to a lot of funders on almost on a daily basis, right? So big funders. They're all sitting on a very big check. They want to write it. Unfortunately, we have startups, but unfortunately, we are not communicating to the right people in the right way. Government itself is sitting on a lot of money. When I say a lot of money, it is like lakhs of crores of money in this space. Lakhs of crores. How do you access it? You just need to visit all of these websites. Be aware, look at all these websites. If not, I'll share my contact details. You ping me, I am happy to share all these details. All of them are sitting on a lot of money. If you are an innovator, a student who wants to start a startup in medtech, at least one space where you should go is the MedTech Mitra website. It actually comprehensively collects all the data at the central government level, which it has. Right? So, and these are some of the leading investors in this space who have been investing significantly more than many other investors, specifically in the medtech space in the past few years. If you are a startup, if you are in the medtech space, if you want to raise money, some names what you need to focus on. Spoke a lot if we are looking at accelerating. So I was mentioning about UPI movement in health tech and medtech, what we should really look at, right? So this is something what we should really focus upon. Why am I saying there is going to be a UPI movement is because of this money and the number of startups which are building up, and a platform like ABDM, which is integrating everything within healthcare data access, and already the AI diagnostic platforms which is helping collect this data and transform across multiple states. So this will really change the way we are treating patients today. there are some challenges, right? So when we are doing all of this, there will be hands going up in the sense, regulatory, there are challenges. How do I monetize this? I really don't know, etc. Yes, we accept there are some challenges. Regulatory is one of the biggest thing, not because of non-existence of guardrails, but understanding of these guardrails. Do we really understand how do you traverse through CDSCO, FDA, CE, etc., etc.? What am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to go? Who is the person I'm supposed to talk to? Can I speak to the government? Is there a consultant? These are questions, but it is getting, as we speak, these are all getting ironed out. But there are organizations where you can reach out. Of course, this is one area where we need to really talk about. Somebody was even in the morning speaking about RWE, real world evidence. So that's one area which is growing again. So we had very few regions or organizations who are generating RWEs. Now today we have many more who are generating this kind of data, which will help if you are a medtech or a AI driven organization to access. Ethics, data and workspace, I mentioned about DPDP. There are other regulations which are also going to come specific to healthcare. There was Sahi, Bodhi, which were launched during the AI India Impact Summit. Be well aware of all of this. This will help. Business model adoption. One single thing before I close on all of this is, if you are building something or buying something in the medtech space, one point what you need to be really, really aware of is, when you go talk to a hospital administrator and you say, this is the device which I've got new, which is going to change the whole way your hospital is functioning, his worry is going to be one thing. Where will this fit on my P&L? This can change everything. You can be 99% accurate, rather 101% accurate. This might be giving a diagnosis better than what the doctor is doing. It doesn't really matter for the administrator so much. For him, what really matters is, where will this fit on my P&L? So if you're building your business model and adoption, beyond all the patient centricity, doctor centricity, hospital centricity, you look at where this will really fit into the P&L. If you solve that problem, your business model will stick. If not, it will fail. And again, last thing before I move on is, we as entrepreneurs or business leaders have a very big problem. I call this problem as pilotitis. So, yeah, so why do I call it pilotitis? Because we don't lack innovations. The number of innovations popping out of this land is humongous. But unfortunately, a lot of these innovations die at the pilot stage, which should not happen. So please focus to move beyond the pilots. So all the ecosystems, all these things what I've been showing is for you to look at and see how you want to move from pilot to actually a product. Your product is the one which will really solve the problem, not the pilot. Don't lose enthusiasm at the pilot stage. If you are building something, try to move beyond the pilot. That's about it. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's my LinkedIn if you want to scan. Did I do well on the time? Anybody has any questions? I was right. Post-launch it is easier.
Yeah, had two specific questions in place. So the first one is, you're talking about adoption of AI. But if you were to look at the recent trends that are currently happening, so most of the organizations that go about having this AI in place, they're going about acquiring the healthcare or startups. So they do have a first step advantage. So one is, how would we go about leveraging, like how would early startups, other than, like for example, ChatGPT, it has access to everything that we go about asking them, even medical questions. They have an early advantage. We even don't know the privacy concerns over there. So that was the primary question. How do early startups survive in this given scenario?
Okay, so you said specific question, but it was very broad. I'll come to the specific of, if there is a ChatGPT whom you are competing with and you are building something using AI to solve a problem in a healthcare system, how will you fight really with the big guns like ChatGPT, right?
Yeah, right.
You should not be fighting with them. Why do you want to fight with them? You really cannot fight. We are nowhere in the stage to fight with somebody like a Google or a ChatGPT or anybody. The kind of models what they have built, if I want to build those models, it will take at least another 20 years for me to build, or the kind of money what is required, I'll have to sell the whole country to build it. It's not possible. Please don't fight with these guys. Try to utilize the models what they have developed. These models are amazing. So try to utilize those models. What is required, if you want to really have an advantage as a startup, figure out build solutions which can collect this kind of data, what is required to train these models. Today, we don't have that kind of data. Even though we have 30% of data from healthcare, how much of this data can really be used to train these models is the question mark. Most of the startups in this space, specifically in AI, who are presented and even CDSU approved in India, unfortunately have been using a lot of international data to train their models. Can you build solutions which can help doctors to collect this data, train their own model? Can you build a solution which can sit in my clinic, which can help my patient? You will win. I'll more than happy for me as a physician to use my own hospital-centered model rather than going to ChatGPT and asking those questions. It is possible. Any more questions?
Yeah, I had one more question in place.
Oh my God.
So, yeah, we are talking about AI and leveraging it. Right now, if you were to look at the infrastructure, we may not be having it like to support the next big move over here. So we also need to have fundings in that specific scenario for the country to move at the aspect of other developed countries in place.
So India, rather the India AI mission, and also there are a lot of funds under RDI, ANRF, etc. A recent promise also is around 10,000 crore, which is being sanctioned. India AI Stack has a lot of money, and DBT, Pharma, all of them actually are putting a lot of money setting up these data centers and helping solutions build these kind of necessary stuff related to AI research. They're actually giving like significant GPU credits.
No, like the infrastructure itself?
They're building. So that's what, in a sense, 10,000 crore is to build data centers.
Okay. So it's in a work in progress?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening session, and thank you for highlighting how medtech devices are implemented in healthcare system and insights on AI, digital therapeutics, remote patient monitoring, and genomics, which is making healthcare more precise and patient-centric. I would like to invite Dr. Jyoti Vijay, Assistant Professor, IIHMR Bangalore, to honor the contribution of Dr. Bhaskar Rajakumar. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Jyoti Vijay to convey our gratitude to Ms. Rubal Sabarwal as a token of our respect and appreciation. Thank you, ma'am. We now move forward to our next panel discussion, India's GCC's revolution, reshaping the global pharma landscape. GCCs have evolved from support units into global innovation hubs. This session explores how they are now driving India's strategic transformation and competitiveness in the pharma sector. I now invite our mentor, Mr. Vikrant Gill, Senior Director of Marketing and Insights at Fortera, to take the floor along with our distinguished panelists. Mr. Sanjeev Shishu, former CVP Global Service Center, Novo Nordisk, India. Ms. Shilpa Ahir, Global Lead for GCC Strategy, Performance and Analytics, Sandoz. Mr. Himanshu Gill, Ford Sehgals, Founder and Director Delivery, Octavus Consulting. Mr. Kamaljeet Behra, Director Global Analytics, IQVIA, for this discussion.
I am Sanjeev.
Hello, yeah. Are we good? Okay. Good morning, everyone. See, okay, everyone is awake. I thought that I need to check that one first, but some people are still saying good morning, right? So again, good morning, everyone. That sounds good, thank you. And a big round of applause to Dr. Bhaskar because of his presentation. You all guys are awake, right? I was in a big flux that after lunch session, generally it's not become a session, it becomes a snoozing session, right? So please put your phones also on snooze. I think it is there on the one. Okay, great. Thank you. Today's discussion is very, very interesting. GCC, I think we've spoken maybe 10 times since morning. A lot of presentation. Everybody is speaking about GCC, GCC, GCC. Now let's decode or demystify what is GCC. It's been known by different terminologies. GCC, Global Capability Center. Somebody says GDC, Global Delivery Center. Somebody might say, oh, GSC, it's not GCC, GSC, Global Service Center. And then there's another one, GIC, and many more, right? These four I remember in my tenure, but there could be many more in this one. So this discussion primarily is going to demystify what exactly this is, how it has started, the evolution of GCCs in India, right? We've been ranked #1 in manufacturing. I think we've also been ranked #1 in GCCs in India as of now. And then we also look at the potential challenges for the AI. AI is also there, right? A lot of talk is about AI, which is happening in this one. But before we go into detail on this one, I let my panel members to introduce themselves briefly, right? And add one line about that. What do you think about the GCCs 10 years ago versus now? And then we'll take the discussion from there.
Hi. Can you hear me? Yes. Oh, thanks a lot. So one line introduction for myself. I'm Sanjeev Shishu. I spent my life in commercial side, but last 5 years of my job were heading the GCC for Novo Nordisk. The difference in GCC is 10 years ago, it was a fight to convince the headquarter to set up a GCC in India. It was more a proof of concept stage. Now it is part of the corporate strategy. So that is a huge difference in the GCCs in India.
Hi everyone, Himanshu Sehgal. So at the moment, Octopus, it's a consulting company. Okay, so we are not a GCC basically. So first I'll introduce myself. So Himanshu Sehgal with 15 years of experience, worked with a GCC, Novartis basically. And that's where me and Vikrant met also. Now, 10 years ago and today, I think GCC has evolved as previously as a back office. 10 years ago, it was more of a back office. Now, it is heading towards innovation. It is not yet there, but it is literally heading towards the innovation part. So I think that's my take on what GCC was and now.
Hello everyone, my name is Kamaljit and I am from IQVIA. I am glad that at least some of you or most of you would understand IQVIA. Every time I tell my relatives I work in IQVIA, they don't know what is it. Okay, anyway, jokes apart. I have around 15 years of experience intersecting in pharma, healthcare data, real world data analytics, and more recently in the last 5-6 years, AI, agentic AI and other things, right? For me, what is the shift in the 10 years is, like many people mentioned, like we used to be called as global delivery centers almost 3 years back, right? Now we are global business units, right? So that's a big change, and the shift, as most of us mentioned, right? It's from a delivery efficiency, cost arbitrage, moving towards, right, not necessarily innovation, but driving that outcomes, right? Matrices where India as a GDC center is also kind of, or delivery center is also contributing to the outcomes rather than just efficiency measures.
Hi, hello everyone, good afternoon. So I'm Shilpa Ahir. I'm representing Sandoz here. About 25 years of work, out of which almost 13-14 years have been in pharma with Novartis, with you, and now in Sandoz. I think in the last 10, 15, 20 years, GCCs have moved from not really considered core to the company from a strategy perspective, but now very fast they are moving to almost being called a second headquarters. I'm seeing that very drastic change from the time that I have been following the GBS industry in the last 20 years that it has been growing in India.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm Vikrant Gill. I work with Fortia. Don't worry, you will not heard it, right? You can Google it later on. It's a competitor to IQVIA, basically, right? And we work in the CRO space.
Should I get out of the way?
Yeah, yes. There'll be Russell afterwards. That's fine.
No, you can fight it out.
Right. But I think, say, initially I was telling that we've been known by different names. So there's one name which Kamal brought in, GBU. See, like the new name has come, new acronym, the Global Business Unit, which is coming through. And everybody talk about that we started as from the cost arbitrage perspective. Now, Sanjeev, I just want to ask you that you have built the company, built the GCC, and brought the operations from your headquarters to India, right? Was it purely driven by cost arbitrage, or it is because of the talent which is available in India?
First thing I would like to state it very strongly. We Indians have got a habit of underselling ourselves. Most of the pharma companies were not looking at cost arbitrage. But Bangalore is used to saying the word offshoring and saying that I have to be cheap, I have to be cheap. Nobody was looking at it. There is a tremendous talent shortage in pharma. If any pharma company has to grow, it requires talent. And that talent was evidently available in India. At least Novo Nordisk was very clear it was not a cost arbitrage, it was a growth enabler. If we want to do large clinical trials very fast, we need a lot of statisticians, we need a lot of clinical trial experts, we need a lot of trial centers. I want to do PV, I require a lot of people. I want to do marketing, I need marketing professionals. The country which can provide is India. So GCC, at least very clearly for Novo, was defined as a growth enabler, and each function was an integral part of the headquarter function. It was not a delivery unit, it was not a service unit, it was a part of the function. We were at the decision-making table. So that is something which, as an Indian, all of us need to be very clear. Just because the work is being done in Bangalore, it is not cheap, it is not offshoring. We are doing exactly the same work which somebody else is doing in headquarters or anywhere else. And we should have the same pride. I do not like the word offshoring, I do not like the word back office. But unfortunately, those phrases have been very popular in Bangalore from IT industry.
Right, I think well said on this one. And this is the strategic perspective, primarily bringing on GCs to India. And Shilpa, you brought in the point on cost, right? How does it differ from, like, would it be a policy different from one company to other company, where it mostly cost arbitrage in one and where it is mostly value driven another one? How do you see in that perspective?
No, I think I agree with you that it's no longer a cost game, because if you actually look at the analysis that we do internally, talent cost analysis, we see as you go up the hierarchy of levels, our cost that we pay out to our leaders almost not very differential. No longer there is a significant difference. So we are ready to pay global salaries to our leaders because that is the value that India is also adding. So it's now more it's now driven by the value you're adding, and not the arbitrage is there only from a foreign exchange differential point of view. But otherwise, when it comes to talent, when it comes to risk mitigation, to problem solving, to value outcomes, even if we were in their shoes, we would not make these decisions just based on one factor, that is cost. And we are seeing that more and more in the decision making that's happening on what needs to move to GCC part of the team and what stays in the countries or regions that they are currently in.
Okay. And Himanshu, right? From your perspective, you've not been part of GCC, right? You worked with GCC in the past. Now, looking from an external lens, so we have two veterans who has built the teams within the GCC. How do you see it, right? Do you see it the same way that people are seeing, or you see it differently, or perceived it's the outside world?
Okay, from the outside world, GCC, honestly, when it started, I mean, that's my perspective. When it started, it was more of a cost arbitrage. Talent was there, but you know, the world saw us from the IT industry as a service provider. And you know, there was a pressure on the pharma community that, you know, provide service at a lesser cost, basically. But now the cost arbitrage, as what Shilpa was saying and as Sanjeev sir was saying, it is gone now. Our leaders are paid, you know, as par with the global, you know, standards. So, you know, in terms of just talent, now it is talent driven, honestly. We are producing so many B Pharmas, B Tech biotechs, you know, and which is the X-fold, I would say, compared to any country in the world, basically. So now the journey, you know, and then that's also the reason why we have, you know, 20, 30 global pharma companies across India, or maybe more than that, across India having their GCC. Then there are big fours who have their capability centers or acceleration centers uh, specific to healthcare, which one of them I was also again part of PwC. So they are now driven by more talent, basically. The pool of talent what we have, the experience we have gained over the years, you know, in terms of working with service delivery centers, basically. And that's, I think that is from an perspective where I was inside also, and now I'm looking from the outside world also. That's, I think, the driving force.
Okay. So what I'm getting is that we initially might have started with the cost arbitrage, but now because we moved up in the value chain, right? It's mostly because of the talent what we have in India, the GCCs are coming to India right now. And if I ask Kamal on this one, right? Because once you move up in the value chain, you definitely need to have success metrics, right? How do you measure this? How do you say that, okay, we have moved up in the value chain? And within IQVIA and the broader system, how do you define that metric? So what are the metrics that you're using previously versus what you're using right now?
Yeah, no, that's a fair question, and I'll slightly differ. It's not necessarily always talent pool. As we move on, right? How many of them, right, are actually the good talent? That's what matter. And as you mentioned about the metrics, right? It's not about driving something at scale now, because we have a lot of people to do things, but it's more about how we are driving outcomes, success metrics. That's what's important, right? So if I have clearly seen this in my last 6 years, right? Or before that, when I joined, I used to hear that my team was not given, right, chance to write custom codes, do ML algorithms and other things, right? It is predominantly, and like others said, right, it's kind of driven in the US or maybe some other best code destination like no, Poland, other places. But I think that shift has changed when we show the attitude or think beyond delivering just, right? Start to doing innovation. So it's the ownership is with us, right? I think some of the GCCs which think progressively, like Sanjeev sir mentioned, others mentioned, you have to act on that, come out of that, you know, delivery mindset. Otherwise, there is still job for delivery, and we have a lot of people to do that. But do you want to do that as a GCC? That's your call.
So from the success metrics, what I understand is that the work which is being done in the US is now shifted within the India, right? So is it also aligned with the authority to do that work by India, right? Like the authority resides within India, or authority still resides in, and I'm gonna come to Shilpa's point as well later on, still resides at the headquarters perspective. How does it differ in that case?
So essentially, we have to agree that, right? I come from the pharma analytics, right, or clinical trial. We come from that, right? We can't deny that more than 40% of the business come from US, right? So naturally, most of the data also, right? We deal with 300 million patient records in US. How much we have in India, right? So decisions are taken by global leaders, but there is always a myth, right? No, they prefer US people doing that. There is nothing like that. They love us working on that because we are more flexible. We stretch times, okay, because we have not so stringent work policies. But I think that's a myth that we are thinking that they are headquarters centric. I think when I say the term GBU, Global Business Unit, that's the key reason. There is no headquarters so called. You are a global team. Whoever has the appetite and the interest, drive that.
Yeah, sure, please, Sanjeev.
I think every company has a different culture and a different outlook and probably a different stage in the life cycle. At least in Novo Nordisk from day one, we were at the decision-making table. So there was no difference between a team member in Bangalore or in headquarters or in USA. And the career paths were fluid. So somebody can come into GCC, somebody can move away from GCC. And we were so confident, we were not worried of being called a global service center because it didn't matter at all. the decision making was equally in Bangalore. I had more VPs than probably any person at my level in headquarters. And all VPs or our ranks were absolutely same across the world. So it also depends on the company. We were fortunate. It is difficult to get science graduates in Denmark.
6 million population, right?
So it is fine. So sometimes you strike it lucky.
Right.
But it is fine.
I'll just add to that. Sorry, I didn't. I think I agree with you because we were part of, Sandoz became spun off 3 years ago. And when we spun off, Novartis was very matured in its GPS. It was operating with a lot of, perceived to be operating with a lot of ownership at the GPS side, which we realized that that was also a myth later. So when we spun off, we didn't want to make the mistakes we made in the past. So we hesitated a lot, thinking, how do we treat the GCC? What kind of operating model we need to have? And if you today see, we went very slow, not because we didn't want to make decisions fast, but because we didn't want to again have the functions feel that they have lost power and they have their teams here as well. So I agree with what sir is saying here, because we have a model where the functional ownership lies with the functional function, and they are not you and I and we and you and that person. They are one. Okay. They are us. So the budget decisions, the ways of working within the function is distributed as per the functional ways of working. It's not GCC versus global or headquarters.
So if I take away some point from there is what Sanjeev mentioned and what Shilpa you are saying is that currently with the 10 to 15 years of Indian GCC structure, right, we have global functions sitting within India, and that's part of IQVIA as well coming through. And these are the people who are making the decisions right now, which are the global scale. Now, it brings to me the pertinent question is that how does innovation in GCCs being taken care of, right? And I give you a very hypothetical example is that if a research happens in an office which is in Bangalore or Hyderabad or Delhi, right? Will it be patented to India office or will it be patented to the global headquartered office? How does you carry that innovation within the organization? Like it could be an ML, a large learning model as well, right? Depending upon that one, it could be anything.
Yeah, I can take that. We have patented at least 3-4 AI/ML models, right? You see, right, where you want to commercialize it, right? It's typically like for pharma, right, where which agency you are going, whether FDA, EMA, depends on the market, right? Similarly, I think the target is always go with the US, right, patent office first, and if there is no harm, not much of hassle, why not do it a global thing, right? Because you have the ecosystem, right, in the company functions, legal and all those who can drive this for you. It's more about you proving that this is worth to be patented by our company.
Okay. So what I take is still at the global headquarter level, the majority of the innovations got that. Himanshu, you want to say something on this one?
So, per se, honestly, innovation, I mean, I'm talking more scientific, not AI and all. At a more scientific level, firstly, innovation is not happening in India, basically. There is no R&D as such. You know, most of the work is analytical testing and all those kind of activities are being done at the India level. But yes, as what Kamal said, that if some sort of patent needs to happen, and it is sound, honestly, because where the money lies, US is where the money lies. So obviously, the patent would happen, would take place first in US, and though the legal team who is actually vetting that process is maybe sitting in India also, but because US is the money driver, and I think that's the reason why patents on all these kind of things usually take care there. Taken care there. But to add to that, there are Indian GCCs. I wouldn't call them a GCC. Actually, they also don't establish them as GCCs. But there are Indian pharma companies now who are actually working and trying to create innovative products. Whether they are still dependent on inorganic growth, acquiring companies from outside, like Sun recently acquired, and a couple of others, but still they have now started to think about innovating in India. But these are Indian pharma companies. I don't know if we call them a GCC or not, but yes.
Okay, so from innovation perspective, it does happen, right? It's still little unclear from which perspective.
I will divide innovation into two parts.
Yeah.
One is the R&D part, discovering a molecule or doing a search, which I would definitely not advise my company to do in India. Right now, the IP regulations are not that strong. I used to joke around, the most heavily used machine in a company is a Xerox machine in India. So it would take a lot of guts to do the basic research in India, one part. But you can do a lot of innovation on the other side. If all the processes, if all the analysis, if the trial design is happening in India, quite a bit of commercially viable innovation of a significant magnitude has to happen in India, because most of the work is happening in India. We are not dumb operators. We have been given outcomes. So we have to figure out, one, is it still required to work that way, or is it a much better way of doing things? And that is where the Indian centers can contribute a lot and become very strategic for the company, because the bulk of the manpower is in India. And if you don't innovate with that, then one can question the leadership.
I think that's a wonderful point, Sanjeev. And this brings to my next question is, how do you decide that this GCC is strategic in nature and this GCC is more operational in nature?
You are asking me?
Yes.
Let me put it this way. As I said, I was lucky. I spent a lot of a reasonably successful career on the commercial side. So I had a network in the company. So before taking the job, that was the discussion I had with my boss. Okay, I'm not interested in running a cost center. And the company was very nice, or whatever way it is. So we had the freedom, but that decision, let me put it this way, if some company is demanding that it has to be run as a cost center, you start with it, but keep on fighting till the time the leadership gets enlightenment, which they are going to get, because Indians are pretty good. We are very good at what we do. Get an entry, but look beyond cost arbitrage.
Okay, wonderful. Now, let's move to the next section, right, on this one. When I started working, knowing VBA in Excel was like you're the god, basically. You've been treated like if you want something, people will come and give it to you, right? Because you are the person who can help to analyze the data in a very faster way. Then VBA stayed for some time. After VBA went, then SQL comes in, right? Now SQL is gone, now Python comes in. Now with ChatGPT, Claude, I can write code, right, without even knowing what is written in the code in that way, right? Now, if this is how the technology or the tech has evolved, how does it going to impact the overall GCC workforce? And then you being into the data analytics part, Kamal, right? I just wanted to check to know that, okay, what exactly is going to happen maybe in next 2-3 years, depending upon the tech uses which is happening? Is it going to enhance the GCC presence or strengthen the GCC presence, or it's going to weaken the GCC presence?
So I may not give you a clear perspective whether it is going to be a pros or con for a GCC perspective, but every individual working from India location, if you consider GCC, they have a big opportunity, right, to prove them beyond their core skill sets, right? Like you very well mentioned, right? It's inevitable if we don't talk about the LLMs, right? A person who without coding can actually leverage, and this is a classic need, right, especially in this industry, because it's not like a layman industry. If I ask someone, give me 10 parts of car, they can tell easily, right? Give me 10 drugs name, people struggle, right? You would have tested, otherwise test with your friend, non-pharma friends. Now we need people, like in my team, I need people who know pharma terms, indication name, they should know what is non-Hodgkin lymphoma, as well as I need someone who can query big data, right? This was very difficult before LLMs.
Ultra humans are required right now.
Yes,
I think.
unicorns. We need some unicorns to do that. But with Copilot, people can't give an excuse. I can't learn or augment myself in querying big data, right? And that advantage is coming. Again, think about, right? We have a mass scale of people. And as Sanjeev sir mentioned, we always have to prove that, right? We are not just to deliver what is being asked. We have been delivering 100 times on that process. And we are the person doing like a slogging on that. Can't I just question that process? Can I reduce that instead of a day to some hours? What is required from that? Do I need to write a Python script for that? Do I leverage some LLM to do my secondary research? And when people start doing that, and that's what we are seeing nowadays, is that's where the acceptance, the trust increases with the global offices or the global business that, yes, these people are driving. And trust me, 90% of the business innovations are driven by our team. In fact, we host the hackathons, innovation, all the events for the global team from India.
Okay, sounds good. So basically we need business people who knows how to code, or at least go to Claude or ChatGPT, get the code, right? So that's the technical ability what we need. Does that differ for your organization and Himanshu from your perspective as well?
Yeah, it differs quite a lot because I think, first of all, we have a little vary of AI being very traditionally, how no it is, and most of the pharma organizations are, because if the value of the outcome is not changing, whether you use AI or not, I would question whether you have the ability to judge this exact application. We are not interested in you increasing the speed or increasing accuracy from 90 to 95% using Copilot versus just Excel, etc. What we want you to bring to the table is even being curious about, is this the best outcome that the company can get from this process? Are you stepping back and looking at the process end to end? Are there better models outside which may or may not even use AI for that matter, or better operating models that we should be considering? That thought and understanding and expertise is what matters. So how do you look at the outcome, and therefore which AI, because we have enough experts to tell you how to do it, whether agentic is better or Gen AI is better. We don't really need to be experts in that, but you need to be understanding, by using that, is your outcome going to be 10x or minus 10x?
So it's mostly the domain expertise in depth, and then on top of that you need some functional or business expertise as
application
well.
outcome.
Right. Himanshu?
Okay. My thoughts are actually about AI are very on the negative side, I would say, really. Because I'll give you with one example. A couple of months back, I wanted to hire a manager basically for my team. So I floated a case study, and around 15-20 people were shortlisted, and then they completed a case study. Out of those 15 people, around 6 to 7 used AI to create those case studies actually, right? And see, there were 7 different people, their thought process were different, and everything was different, but the outcome which came out of it was pretty much the same, more or less. So I think now, with even AI in picture, I believe that it is more important to have a human touch now. For analysts like us, for people, in competitive intelligence, if you talk about generating insights, AI would definitely faster your work. So, you have an Excel with 5,000 data points basically. So it will process it faster for sure. It will create graphs faster. You don't have to put in manual labor to create pivot tables and all that. But at the end of the day, I need a human to actually generate insights, because that AI is not going to generate insights. And even if it does, they are going to be very generic in nature, at least for now. Maybe, yes, maybe in future, what the kind of, the way we all are developing or being dependent on AI, yes, maybe in future it might start, generating a lot of insights which are human in nature, or more actionable insights basically. But at the moment, I feel that AI is just a tool basically in our quiver basically.
So somebody who can use AI in a smarter way to really generate the insights for the business problem what they have it. That's primarily is what they're looking at.
Exactly. And AI can just be an enabler or just a tool basically, as I said.
Correct, right. I've been constantly told that we are on time, right? But I'll have one question before we open it for the questions in the forum. We have a lot of students over here, right? So what capability they need to build for that would want to get into any of the GCC's perspective? What kind of capability they need to have it? And it's from everybody, right? We'll start with Sanjeev.
How many of you are pharmacists in this room? So for the pharmacist, by accident or whatever it is, maybe your parents wanted you to become doctors. You didn't get in there, you became a pharmacist. I wanted to become an engineer, I became a pharmacist. But I fell in love with it. It is a phenomenal profession. Please get domain knowledge. Pharma is one industry where domain knowledge can make a huge difference to the outcomes. So please get it. It is a very boring advice, but then I am old. So it is fine. Please get a domain knowledge, be proud of what you are doing and become better and better in that. That is your differentiation. About AI, if the pharmacist would know, the cornerstone of pharmacy is traceability. We like documentation. As she said, that is the reason we don't like AI, because if it is a black box, we'll check it out in the peripheral functions like finance, IT, everything, but not in the core processes. Because we want documentation, we want traceability. In the future, AI will change. And if any place is going to leverage AI in pharma landscape, it will be Bangalore, not because of pharma. Almost every Fortune 500 company has a capability center in Bangalore. The amount of work and amount of experience which we are gaining, not in the industry but outside of the industry, is huge. And innovation happens across the boundaries, not within silos. Innovation happens when industry talks to another industry. So I would not be worried about AI. Right now we do not know how to use it, and pharma will be very careful using AI because the stakes are very high. I was just joking with somebody. If pharma industry was run with like IT industry, imagine like window hangs and nobody minds. Can you imagine that happening with our drug? Yes. We are a different industry. We have a lot of responsibility. We take our time because the patient security is patient safety is paramount. Rest everything is secondary. IT industry runs on a very good slogan, fake it till you make it. Which is basically saying we are fraud till you are not caught.
Perfect way to put it.
So in pharma, but AI will come. I'm not saying no to it. It is a phenomenal technology. We will master it. And the innovation is going to happen in India because we are gaining experience across industries. And we have not even begun to leverage it. So if you are young, this is the right time. And every generation has been told they are entering a even when I was young, I was told the same thing.
New era.
The world is changing, it keeps on changing. And opportunity keeps on opening. So best of luck, don't worry.
Okay, so I second what Sanjeev sir said, though I am younger. For someone who's working for a GCC or a pharma consulting, I think your core, your B Pharma education, your basics should be very, very, very clear, very strong, very clear. Because unless you do, you clean up your act basically there, you'll not be able to go forward and become a leader in that space basically, right? At this moment, I go to multiple colleges, talk to a lot of students. They are all, sir, we know SQL, we know data analytics, we know Tableau, we know Power BI. And again, once again, Power BI, Tableau, SQL, again, these are your tools to generate insights you actually need to understand the basic of science. You need to understand what is the difference between a biologic and a small molecule. If you don't understand those basics, it is really futile that you have learned Power BI or XYZ things. I have interviewed students who do not know how many phases are there in a clinical trial. And these are MBA students from decent colleges. So, your technical basic pharmacy knowledge is a very important tool to have. And second thing is, openness to learn right now. I talk to a lot of students, and they do not have that malleability basically at this moment. They feel that we are graduating from IIHMR Bangalore or IIHMR Jaipur or IIT of the world, and then we should get right now a CEO position in a company. No, that's actually a fact. There's nothing to laugh about, especially for students. So those are the two things I would say. We all as students we need to develop. Third thing, we Indians, one of my ex-bosses, and who's like my mentor, he always used to say that, he still says that we Indians are like water. Whichever vessel you put us in, will take that shape basically. So no worries about what AI is coming, or what all is, tools and techniques or whatnot is coming. No one is going to take our jobs because we are very smart people. We can, we can take shape in whatever vessel we are going to be put across basically. So yeah, those are my 2 cents.
Thank you. Just one request to Kamal and Shilpa. We've been signaled quite a number of times that we are way over time. So if you can keep it a little short, that's helpful.
Sure. 30 seconds, right? First of all, follow your passion, right? And I'm in 100% in agreement what Sanjeev sir and Himanshu mentioned. Follow your passion because that you will enjoy every day of your work, right? Try to understand, explore what you want to do every day morning, get up and don't feel right burned out of that. Secondly, be always proactive, never get into your comfort zone, right? And third, I personally feel like AI is not a black box because most often we or my team develop that, right? So we understand AI. So I have a very different perspective. We are living in a golden era where these dynamics are shifting, right? Like in the 90s, we had computer science. No matter you didn't join a TCS, Infosys, or Accenture. This is an era where you can, right, upskill yourself or augment yourself, like other my panelists may agree, to make that difference in your beyond your the core foundation of the knowledge. Thank you.
I'll be very
Yeah,
short.
absolutely. Please go ahead.
Just 2 things, just build and strengthen your strategic mindset and your thought leadership. What I mean with that is, what you're studying now, how is it really done across the industry? For example, how are the clinical pathways in Lilly versus Novo versus Novartis? Are there differences? Are there similarities? Why did they take those pathways? Why are the differences there? Try to think about that, and don't just be limited to your theoretical knowledge. It's very important. And thought leadership, what I mean is, there are many opinions. You hear opinions, your friends have opinions. Have your own opinion and be curious. And I'll end at that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So in summary, so if I say that one, that from GCC perspective, where we've been 15, 20 years, maybe started as some of the cost arbitrage, except Sanjeev sir's company, where they were lucky to have that one, and then moved value up the chain. Now we are not really considered as a cost center, or maybe cheaper in a not a right word, right, to be used. We have come to a point where we need to start, or we are showcasing the innovation as a part of our DNA. We've been adding value in terms of the decision strategy which has been taken at the headquarters, or we are helping the headquarters to take those decisions in a faster and more quicker way. To go there, panels have already given you the wisdom, what exactly you need to do. You need to be very thorough in what you do. You need to learn about the new areas, specifically the new technology, what is coming through, and be comfortable with those ones. But before we end this session, I just open it for the questions to the audience. If they have any questions, they want to know anything additional, what we already spoken. One question over there. Please state your name and whom you are asking the question as well.
Hello, this is Kavita from IIHMR Bangalore. I wanted to know how is government scheme like Biopharma Shakti going to attract more pharma GCCs in India?
Anyone?
Politically incorrect answer. I don't think the GCs are, at least the multinationals are not dependent on Government of India policies. This growth has happened independent of it. If anything, it might help it more, but I don't think anything is stopping the growth of GCCs. With the personalized medicine and whatnot is coming in, GCCs will keep on continue to grow. They have to grow.
Yeah, I have a question. My question is mainly for Kamaljit and Himanshu. So, Octopus Consulting and IQVIA, they are not GCC, right? But they do the same kind of work. They are the service provider. They help big pharma companies. With the rise of GCC in India, how that is going to impact the business of IQVIA, companies like IQVIA, Octopus Consulting, ZS Associates, consulting firms which cater to life sciences, industry.
So I think I can take that. Maybe Vikrant might differ from me. IQVIA is not only a CRO. It is one of the biggest health data vendor. Even the likes of Novo, GSK come to us for the data. So we have a very big business which runs.
It is an ecosystem. Yes. It is an ecosystem. It is not us versus them. So at the end of the day, everybody needs
each other.
Everybody has a specialization. You just leverage it to grow together.
But what I know that there are many task, right, projects which were done by companies like ZS Associates and other, consulting firms. Now they are being done, in that company, actually, in the GCC center. So, what's your take, Himanshu, on this?
You should ask this to GCCs.
No, so I'm asking about how the business of IQVIA companies like, Octopus Consulting, that is getting impacted
It's
because
not
of...
impacted.
Okay.
It's very positively impacted because it's the operating model that the GCCs undertake. In hybrid model, you need to leverage vendors and CROs for your with you. You cannot just work in a silos. That's part of an operating model. That the way you design your GCC design with the function within the function, you may decide that, say, for example, regulatory. I will do certain one type of activities from GCC, and this other type, it makes sense to be given to, say, IQVIA because they do it better more than anything else. It's whether you buy or build, and that's the formula you would use here also, which we use.
Thank you, ma'am.
See, fundamentally, in the end of the day, it is an ecosystem, and it keeps both the GCC and the consulting companies on their toes.
Right.
So both will keep on improving, and both will be required. I don't think it is either or. If anything, it is a better outcome for the system.
Thank you.
And consulting companies give a outsider perspective. So that is something which is, bigger consulting firms like IQVIA, they are data providers plus, the perspective. We, as a smaller firm, we are more agile. Wherever you want to put us, we go there. That's one thing. And second thing is, and again, expertise is also there. Not everyone can hire everyone, right? So Sandoz might require an expertise which is there, with other companies. So they have to rely on an external service provider like Octopus or IQVIA to get the work done, basically. So they cannot hire everyone. GCCs, yes, they are bigger in size, 7,000 employees, 4,000 employees. But again, at the end of the day, they have a limited infrastructure, and they cannot, and then, that's where we adapt and when we come.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer.
Right. Okay, any additional question? Anyone? Is all clear? Or above the head? Or full clear? Nobody is saying anything. Okay, with the interest of time, I thank you each and every panel member for being candid, honest, and bearing with me for the last 35 to 40 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to the entire panel for bringing forward such valuable insights. The discussion clearly highlighted how GCCs are moving beyond traditional support function to become key drivers of innovation, R&D, and advanced analytics, strengthening India's position as a global strategic hub. I sincerely thank you once again for highlighting these important perspectives and for delivering such an engaging and impactful session. I request all panel members to stay back for felicitation. It's now time to extend our heartfelt thanks to our panelists for an insightful and enriching session. I further request Mr. Vikrant Gill to acknowledge all the panelists for their valuable contribution to the discussion. Thank you, sir. May I request Dr. Sarla R., Professor IIHMR Bangalore, to kindly felicitate our moderator, Mr. Vikrant Gill, as a mark of our gratitude. Keep the energy going and make things a little more interactive, we have a fun quiz lined up for all of you. I would request Dr. Naina to take the stage and conduct the quiz. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Hope all of us were attentive, including me. I am making questions out of every session. So I should also keep myself attentive. So a lot of GCCs were heard, right? And a lot of synonymous terminologies were also brought in. So can you please give me 2 more terminologies that can be used synonymously? Okay, faculty last. Let me give first chance to either of the students. Yes, please. You know the answer? Yes? Either of you. Yeah. Come. Can you please pass the mic?
Hello.
A Global Development Center.
Yes.
Global Business Unit.
Okay.
Global Service Center.
Please come. She was making notes. I didn't know. Somebody in red had to answer. The one before, yeah.
IDPL.
Yes, please come. So what is our ranking in academia industry collaboration? What is India's ranking in academia industry collaboration? This was from morning session. Yes, please. Stand up and answer. 84. Any other answer? No, I don't give it to you. I'll give it to her because in the morning she missed a prize. So she was very close by. It is 86, but still I'm giving it to you because you said either of the number right. So, Ansari sir, please give away the prize. Okay, one abbreviation. What does AICTE stand for? AI, yes please.
It is All India Council of Technical Education. Yes, please.
Yes, after the next panel discussion, we will come back for the same session. Thank you.
We now move on to the third panel discussion of this event, Cracking the Code, how leading pharma and healthcare firms identify the future leaders. Leadership today demands more than the technical skills. It requires agility and vision. This session explores how leading organizations identify and cultivate the next generation of future-ready talent. May I invite the moderator for this panel discussion, Mr. K.S. Srinivas, Global Lead Corporate Learning, Talent Development and Succession, Biocon Biologics Limited. Joining with him, the panelists for this session, Mr. Abhishek Kumar, CEO, Ripples Learning, Dr. Vivekanand Chandra Kumar, Regional Head Administrator, Emergency Medicine Physician, Kaveri Hospital, Mr. Shamsuzman Ansari, Associate Professor, IIHMR, Bangalore. We'll start with the panel discussion now.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Hi everyone, good evening. The last of the day, just like a cricket match, last 2 overs, all of us expect big sixes. Okay, so if your expectations is that you are looking forward for some inputs on the topic, then we have the right panel. Okay, it's an interesting panel, people from industry, as well as pharma industry, hospital, and a learning organization, and of course, a professor from your own institute. Before we begin on the conversation and trying to share our views, I wanted to also highlight on the significance of this. Every healthcare or pharma organization, just for the sake, it's not, but it is actually a challenge to prepare future leaders. Okay, and when we mean future leaders, I'll share my view and I'll also invite quickly views from my co-panelist that why is so important. We cannot have ready-made leaders customized to take the challenges of that specific organization hired from outside. Yes, some of the leaders can be hired, but it's the best with what we have seen is if they are grown within the organizations. It's also a debate whether you want to hire from outside or whether you want to grow within the organization. But I am on the other side and I have my own views why I would prefer to groom the talents to take the future roles in coming 2 or 3 years or so. So individual contributors becoming frontline leaders becoming mid-level function heads, in future getting into head of functions or CXO roles. So keeping that in the view, I would like to first get a quick view from all 3 co-panelists that what's your view, why is this important? Future leaders, preparing that, why is it an important question for organizations?
I think, can all of you hear me? Yeah. I think leaders sort of create the culture in which all relevant decisions, all relevant communication, all relevant discussions actually happen, right? So they sort of create the context in which essentially they hold the pot, which then sort of has a lot of interaction and energy happening inside it, which moves the organization forward. So they sort of hold the pot. And if the leader does not hold the pot properly, does not set the context properly, does not create a subculture properly within their team, then I think the organization pays a price for it in the long run. And of course, the team members obviously pay a price for it in the short run. So it's very important to have this ability developed within organizations. And I would also like to agree that sometimes what happens is when leaders are grown from within, they sort of have the DNA of the organization, they understand the culture of the organization. Culture is not very often what is written in the mission statement or the vision statement. It is often the unsaid stuff, things you don't say but are true. Things which are unsaid but true, and rules that are not written but everybody follows. That creates the culture of an organization. So since they're sort of already attuned into it, they can carry the torch better. But yeah, sometimes you need to disrupt that also. So bringing in some energy from outside can also be helpful. I think you need to maintain a balance, is what I feel.
Thank you, Abhishek. Yeah, that's interesting. And happy that there is one more mind which resonates with my thoughts. Thank you. Yes,
Yeah.
Professor Shams.
So yeah, leaders are important for the holistic growth of any organization. Then the question is, we should have ingrown, homegrown leaders, or we should have from outside. So even I second the thought of Mr. Abhishek. We should maintain a balance, and it always depends on the objective. If we have homegrown leaders, they are well prepared to take the next step. We should take them from within the company, right? But if we are not able to find, if we don't have ready leader, right, we can go outside. And we should hire from outside as well, because it's important to maintain a diversity. That is very important.
Absolutely. I think you brought in an additional view here is by bringing outside talent at the leadership level, we get fresh perspectives. I do see it. Thank you for sharing that perspective.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Vivek.
Firstly, I just want to say it's ironic that this talk on leadership is one of the last sessions when actually it's the need of what we in the hospital industry, and I'm sure in other industries, and most of the students here are aspiring to be. Coming to your question, essentially, there's this statement in a book by Obama, Promised Land, where he says that, if a problem came to my desk, it didn't have an easy solution. So in my perspective, a leader is someone who can risk stratify, who can manage and understand that in life, you don't have an easy solution. So depending on where you are in the context of an organization, that leader has to be sourced from within or without.
Thank you. That's again an interesting perspective.
Yeah, in fact, just to add one particular thing to that. So what we are discussing is the role of leaders within the organization, but there is also leadership needed in the domain itself, isn't it? And I think that is really someone who is operating at the boundaries of what is possible for the domain, or at least possible for us, for example, in the context of India, and then pushing that domain forward. I think that is a different kind of leadership, not the kind of leadership we talk about, like managing a team or managing a culture or getting work done, but kind of what Dr. Vivekananda spoke about, that, we must move, we must solve problems that are difficult, isn't it? Absolutely.
Thank you. While the topic says cracking the code for preparing future leaders, I personally do not think there is any one specific code. Every organization finds their own path because there are multiple directions in which you can, groom someone to take the future leadership roles. Before I turn towards again my fellow panelist, a quick story I want to share about. I represent Biocon today, and our MD and CEO Srihas had joined Biocon about 28, 29 years ago as management trainee. It's inspiring to see that MTech chemical engineering postgraduate wanted to grow and contribute in technical field somehow finds his way within the organization, shifting from one role to another, one function to another, finding the path to the topmost role in the organization of CEO and MD. This story says that it reinforces my belief that providing opportunity for talents to grow within not only lies in the hands of youngsters to take the opportunities, but also organizations which should provide opportunities to the organization. With that story in the background, I turn towards Dr. Vivek. The question I have is, in a healthcare setting, especially when you're leading management there, leadership directly impacts patient outcomes, okay, in hospital setup. How can we consciously build leaders who balance both clinical excellence and where they need to actually show empathy and make also quick decisions? But how do we make leaders in such environment?
Yeah, this is the balance that most corporate hospitals struggle with, right? Like, where do we balance, how do we balance top line, bottom line with empathy? The key thing is, at least what I've found, I have a background as an emergency physician. So you have to have some non-negotiables. You have to have some areas where you know that even if it is on a case-by-case basis, you choose to not move the needle in that direction. So, for example, at our organization in Kaveri and in most other hospitals as well, in pharmacy, formulary and brand management, we make it a point to incorporate and bring the doctors in. It may not always be the wisest decision financially. I have so many colleagues from the pharmaceutical industry here, so they will know. But sometimes, not only because it's the doctor's preference, but also because some particular brand has slightly better outcomes than another, particularly when it comes to antibiotics, oncology, and so on and so forth. So as leaders, whether you're from the medical fraternity or outside the medical fraternity, it's important to realize that however anxious you are about the P&L, there is someone more anxious about the patient there.
So whether you're still a practicing clinician or even representing the management, the first person to be focused is patient and, in other words, customer.
Patient.
Patient, yeah.
And if you focus on the P&L, you may not last long. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. I think that's a very important, valid value which every leader should learn right from the beginning, so that they propagate the same as they grow within the organization. I look towards Abhishek, who has helped build leaders across 20-25 countries, 20,000 professionals. He has helped to groom them. With now AI, AI is going to be in every topic. So here as well, with AI automating technical expertise, what is your view? How should leadership development revolve? What should we stop teaching and what should be, focusing?
Yeah, it's very interesting because just yesterday, I come from an organization called Ripples Learning and Research. Yesterday, we were hosting a CHRO roundtable for the life sciences industry, along with KSDA and NHRD. And one of the things, and the topic was this, how will AI impact the healthcare industry? In fact, I met a few panelists from there here as well. So, what we should stop teaching, I think we should, especially in the context of AI, maybe single discipline depth is something that, is something that might be needed, but at the same time, you must augment it with the secondary discipline as well. Because what is happening is, for a long time, I think the way we have divided life sciences, and in fact any industry per se, is we have hyper specialized, right? We have gone in deep into specializations, and we have specialists for every small thing. Now, what AI brings is this ability to specialize can be outsourced to AI to a large extent, right? So the AI can specialize. At that point of time, what you really need is this beautiful word called consilience, which is this ability to move between disciplines and across disciplines and find wisdom which is not available to AI, right? So which is only available if you are able to see these large meta patterns between disciplines and sciences. So I think that is one very important thing that emerges. Single discipline depth, something, anything that has to do with memory or even basic level of reasoning, recall is not something we should be teaching. What we should be teaching is, we should be teaching judgment in ambiguity. I think that is something that AI cannot do. AI is very good at giving you 10 responses. It will give you 10 solutions. Which one will you pick? Isn't it? In fact, it will give you 10 solutions in 10 minutes. So which one will you pick? I think that requires some kind of judgment, some kind of ability to deal with ambiguity. Another thing I think very, very important is, you know, I want you to think of a thought experiment. Originally, the world belonged to those who demonstrated character traits, right? It was about bravery, valor, you know. Slowly the nerds sort of took over the world, isn't it? So then people who had intellect, who had very high reasoning, very high ability to specialize, they sort of took over the world. If AI is going to make intelligence available on tap, let us say that happens, we achieve AGI in 2 years and 5 years we have super intelligence or something. If intelligence is available on tap, then what would differentiate a human being? So I think my guess is what would happen is we would go back to character, isn't it? We would go back to courage and being proactive and taking risks, because those are not things that an intellect can do. Those are not intellectual things, right? Ability to take a risk or ability to be proactive is not something that is based on reasoning power. That a human being has to decide, isn't it? I've been hearing one of the speakers, they said that ChatGPT, to catch up with ChatGPT, we need 20 years and we can't do it. But similarly, the earlier panel also spoke about how we are not really innovating in India in terms of basic drug research or molecule research. And I think maybe we need to question those things, isn't it? Because Sam Altman came to India, he said that we have you'll need 20 years to catch up with us. We thought it'll take 20 years and $20 billion. But then DeepSeek from China did it with $5 million and 100 employees, isn't it? Not even funded. Right? So we need to ask ourselves this question, why are we saying that we should always adopt and not innovate? Why should breakthrough science not happen in India? Why should serious science not happen in India? And I think this is a question that is being put to a good group of people. You have 30, 40, 50 years of career ahead of you, and maybe this is something that you can really, you know, dedicate your life to solving. It's a good thing to dedicate your life to. But then again, this decision AI cannot make, you see. Not any amount of AI can make this decision that we must pursue this tough problem, this impossible problem. We must solve it in India. So yeah, I think these are things that AI can't do, and I think this is what we should focus our leadership development on in the years to come.
Thank you. That was so insightful that the landscape has suddenly changed in the last few years. I remember one of the leadership coach had made a recommendation in our leadership training that earlier leaders were expected to provide answers. But if some of you want to grow and become future leaders, the skill you should hone up is asking right questions. And you may not have answer, but you should know how to ask the right questions, because if you ask the right questions and prompt ChatGPT, probably you will get the right answer. So thank you for sharing that. From industry, want to add?
Yeah, in fact, I would like to involve you in the discussion, Mr. Srinivas, if that's okay, because we are privileged to have you here with us on the panel. Just want to understand what qualities and competencies do you think will define the next generation of leaders in the healthcare and pharmaceutical industry in India?
Yeah, I think I would like to represent what we live do. In the last 2 years, we have kind of overhauled our skill framework. Considering the dynamics in the industry and various forces which are shaping and reshaping our business, we kind of doubled down on 4 areas. While there is one core that is all across the 4 is how will you use AI for these 4, that remains as a core. But these 4 areas for leadership is, one is strategic we call them all them as agilities, strategic agility. It's not just about strategic ability, agility. So how do you quickly change strategies when the scenarios changes? The second agility is innovation agility. While we are in biopharma, but we create biosimilars. From back on, if we have one original molecule research, we have similar products which are 4. So there it requires innovation agility, quickly coming out with new solutions. Third one is change agility. Agility helps people or the leader to navigate through the changes. And the last one is organization building. It's not just about business, it's about the people. Whom do you take? And how do you take your people along with this business scenario? So these are the 4 areas where we focus, right from mid-level to senior level. Entry level would be slightly different. We don't need these 4 at the entry level, but mid and senior level, all our leadership interventions focus on these 4.
So for leadership, these are the
4.
That would be. Thank you. Thank you so much for that insight.
Pleasure. So thank you. I mean, with that now I turn towards academia. How, specifically taking example of IIHMR, your curriculum keeps shaping or reshaping. What changes you need to bring when the business scenario changes and the expectations from the leaders is, changing every year or two?
Thank you for asking this question. This is very relevant. At IIHMR Bangalore, we follow a very comprehensive approach when it comes to design a curriculum and update that on a periodic basis. So one source is industry experts. We keep inviting industry experts to our campus. And we invite academicians from other institutions which offer the similar kind of program. For example, today we had a launch of our program PGDM in Pharma Management. So for that, we invited industry experts who come from sales and marketing from pharma side. We invited people who have expertise in regulatory affairs, who have expertise in consulting side. Also, we invited professors from other colleges, like IIHMR Jaipur. They are into pharma management for the last 20 years. We invited them as well in the panel. And we also invited some of our alumni who have been the part of pharma management specialization, and now they are the part of the industry. And we also included our internal faculties, and then we had a deliberation, right, that what are the topics which must be the part of our curriculum, which are the topics we need to remove, and which are the topics we need to make some modification. Because we understand that after doing MBA, PGDM, all students actually, they want a job. So our responsibility is to make them industry ready. And that we can do only with such kind of deliberations. So that we do. And we understand this is not the one-time process. We do it every year. Like we have been offering PGDM in hospital and health management for the last 15, 16 years. So far, we have convocated 14, 15 batches. And our record shows that we have been providing, 100% placement. Although we don't claim that, but the record shows that we have been providing 100% placement. And it has been possible because we do that kind of exercise, not one time. It is ongoing process. Every year before the commencement of the new academic calendar, we do this exercise. And also, this is about the curriculum design and update. And for every module, what we do, we invite industry experts to have 1 or 2 sessions so that our students, they get an idea about what is happening in industry, right? So they get a better insight. This is how we prepare our students.
Thank you. I think even I feel, being a member from the industry, that a constant interaction between industry and institute is the most fruitful way of kind of fine-tuning the curriculum in order to make it more relevant. Right. So that the industry also feels more confident in hiring, the students from there. Thank you for sharing that.
One thing is, taking the help in designing the curriculum. Second is the execution part. So we believe in execution as well. So as I said that we keep inviting them to the campus and they take classes. Also, we focus on the hands-on project. We focus on capstone project so that they get more practical exposure. Yeah.
Thank you. So, thank you for sharing your strategic perspective. We have a soft bell saying time is getting up. Okay. To make the best use of last 5-6 minutes, before I invite any questions from the audience, if I look towards panelists. What is that one advice you have for audience today? What is that one capability, if they hone up in the next 360 days, they would be more closer to aspire themselves if they are already working in an organization to look up next level, or if they are students to looking forward for an entry into industry? What is that one skill in addition to AI capability? What is that one skill which they should be honing up? What's your advice?
Firstly, I mean, I personally don't think that AI is really going to change dramatic perspectives and on-ground realities by the time all of them are finding their jobs and their feet. So I think that's important for you because everybody is very AI doom scenario creating over here. So I think that's not going to happen. But I feel two key aspects that I am finding missing in recruits that we are trying to identify is curiosity, as someone mentioned in the previous panel, and ownership. I think these two things, if you manage to find your voice for being curious about why there's another problem, and when you make a mistake, standing up and owning it, you'll be a leader someday or the other in some firm or the other.
Awesome. The advice is, bingo. Own it up and be curious. Thank you. Before I come to Professor Shams, I look towards Abhishek.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably one practical advice I can give you is always ask, what are the objectives of my boss, right? What is he trying to achieve? What are his goals? Because I think a lot of times people sort of get siloed into whatever it is they think their task is. And I think zooming out is very important to understand what is your boss trying to do, what is the department trying to do, what is the organization trying to do. You might not be able to influence all of that. But remember, the goal is eventually to increase your circle of influence, to do what one day your boss will be doing, to do what one day his boss will be doing. So it's important to understand that what matters to which stakeholder and why. I think that view is important. That is one advice I have. So maybe ask yourself what will make my boss successful, and then at least know that, even if you decide not to help him or her achieve that, right? The second thing is similarly zoom out and see what is happening in the world around you, right? What's happening with India as a country, as a society? What's happening in your domain? In your domain, what is going on in your domain? How are things working out? There is this extremely inspiring story in pharma of what Mr. Varaprasad Reddy has achieved with Shanta Biotech. You should explore what that means for us as a country. And I think what we are seeing is also, just to sort of take 30 seconds more, what we are seeing is all of us have grown up in an era of globalization, when I think globalization was the norm. Interdependencies were celebrated, right? The whole world was becoming dependent on each other and was surprisingly okay with it. And I think what we are seeing is the headwinds of a change where this is reversing. And I think that means that the next 20 years, when your careers will play out, this sort of will change things for you, where the focus will be more on independence and where we'll try to reduce dependencies. And it will be interesting to see how that plays out. I don't know how it will play out, but it's important to be aware as people who are beginning your career of what other dynamics and energies are playing out in this world and how they might affect you in the future. So yeah, those two things. Hope that makes sense.
Thank you, Abhishek. Those are two smart advices. Look towards Professor Shams. What's your take? What's one advice or two advice you have?
Two advice. Okay. My advice is, they should be very proactive. They should take their life as a project, as they are very young and they have 35, 40 years ahead. So they do a research on that. They should think about their career in the long term, right? So they should spend time on that. They should understand where to go, what are the skills, they need to learn. And they should not wait that someone will come and they'll tell them. They should be proactive because they are mature, right? They already have done their graduation. So they should do their own analysis, research and analysis. That is one thing. Second, they should have a zeal to learn in future, right? The learning is not going to stop anywhere. So people who are going to keep learning, they'll be successful in their life.
Thank you.
Proactiveness and zeal to learn.
Zeal
These
to
are the
learn.
two advices.
Awesome. If you double down on these 6 inputs, what you heard from panelists, definitely it is going to add value for those
In
who
fact,
are aspiring to
not,
become.
we should also ask you to share your 2 inputs so that it becomes 8 inputs.
All right.
Please.
Okay. So I would like to add one. I think probably it reinforces what he says. What I have seen is someone who is curious to learn more than others. Compete with yourself, and the future is going to come faster towards you. That's one advice I have. Thank you. So if not 8, we have 7. Thank you so much, panelists. This was awesome interactions. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we?
Yes. So I'm looking towards audience. If you have any questions, I'm happy to help you get response from the panelists.
They're working on the 7 already.
All right. Okay. Okay, I take the first. Gen Z comes with one big plus, that they are pretty fast. Okay, it's easy to advise, but however, I would ask them to probably take small pauses in between in their pace of growth, aspirations, because everything takes little time before they achieve it what they want to achieve. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Please feel free.
From my perspective, I think they are more centered than I was. So I think keep doing what you're doing, and I think we will see the most diverse workforce in the next 20 years, judging by the number of women in this room compared to the number of men.
Wow, that was good one.
Yeah, so my observation about them is they always look for shortcut. My suggestion would be they should not focus on shortcut. You will learn about that over the time. So start learning from scratch. Over time, when you have experience, you will come to know about the shortcut.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much advice for Gen Z. I have, maybe they can do some reverse mentoring for me. I'm looking forward to it. 6, 7.
I would also love to have a Gen Z, dictionary. My kids keep saying, Dad, you don't understand our language. I would love to. Thank you. That was an interesting question. Any other question? Okay, they are silently saying time's up. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those valuable perspectives, sirs, and on especially the perspectives on the importance of maintaining a balance on leadership being developed in an organization and from outside the organization, along with the importance of decision making in leadership, along with the significance of correct judgment, ambiguity, questioning, curiosity, ownership, and domain knowledge, the value of agility in leadership, and concluding that leaders are not made in one night. Rather, there is a desired, dedicated journey behind building a true leadership.
Wonderful. So that's very reassuring that at least one person was listening.
Thank you, sir. We now proceed to felicitate our panelists in appreciation of their valuable contributions. May I request Mr. K.S. Srinivas to present a token of appreciation to the panel members. I further request Dr. Deepa Shri M.R., Assistant Professor, IIHMR Bangalore, to acknowledge Mr. K.S. Srinivas in appreciation for sharing his perspectives and valuable time. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to call again Dr. Nayana for the further quiz for this panel discussion.
So let's keep it light. One of our panelists gave a very simple definition of what culture at workplace is. If somebody can make, other than the panelist, somebody can repeat that sentence. He made almost 2 to 3 sentences. If at least one sentence can be repeated, I'll give away a prize. Come. I can't hear you.
Ethics over rules.
Is that right, sir?
Ethics over rules.
No. He is not giving away the prize. Anybody else? It was very simple. Sorry? Sir, if I say? No, if I say, would I get a prize from you? Yes. Yes, anybody? See, she's not ready to give it to me. Yes?
Fake it till you make it.
Sorry?
Fake it till you make it.
That was in the last panel discussion. Oh my God. You had a sound sleep, or a short nap. Yes? Second prize. Okay.
About diversity.
Why are we going wrong? I thought this was a very easy answer. Yeah. Okay, last chance. Anybody else? Now I give you a chance. See, a panelist here gave a very simple definition of what culture at workplace means. Culture. Anybody? Yes,
Traditional and ethics.
Is it so, sir? Yes. You can please raise hands how many hour times you want. I still have time, you still have time, and tomorrow is a holiday.
It's about Obama's.
They are too technical, sir.
I think judgment is ambiguous.
Somebody else talked about Obama. Yes, yes. Unless if it is not difficult, the problem doesn't reach my table is what the statement he made. But I am talking about the other panelist here. No? Okay. Usha doesn't want to give it up. Yes, this morning he had missed one actually.
I think he said that he listened to your boss mind, and that's what he was talking about.
No, that was for a shortcut for success is what he said. Even if you don't want to help your boss, know what your boss wants or what does he does too. See? No? Okay, I keep it for... Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. No worries.
Following unwritten rules.
I was just waiting for that word. Please come, sir. Usha ma'am, he deserves a prize. Congratulations, sir. See? We can compete with Gen Zs. I am also not a Gen Z. Yes, thank you. In one of the sessions in the morning, one of the chief guests spoke about the dosage of insulin. He said, when the insulin was introduced, initially we were giving so many doses in a day, and now we are coming up. Yes, if you have raised your hands, come here or talk to me. Now it is once a week. So what was the initial dose? How many doses? I saw the first hand. Yes, please. 6 times. So which was the year he mentioned? Okay, another simple question. I don't know, with so many technical questions being answered, if another simple question is heard. Yes, come. In the morning, one of our chief guests spoke about 3 Qs: AQ, BQ, CQ. What were those 3 Qs? No. Already, if you have won the prize, let me not give a chance. There is a student, ma'am. Are you a student? No. Because she's asking since morning to give away one prize. Yes, student, yes, come. You have a competitor.
IQ, EQ, and DQ.
What are those? Please elaborate them for me.
IQ is intelligence quotient.
What came first, IQ, EQ, or DQ?
IQ.
IQ came first. Then EQ is?
Diligence.
EQ is?
Emotional.
Come. So how many more prizes we have? We have one for Dr. Jyoti. We will. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, then we were discussing about data. What is the portion that health sector takes away? No prize. It remains with me. Okay. So, which other sector other than health stands ahead in data? There was another sector named by one of the guests here. He was the panelist in one of the decisions. Sir, you already won, sir. Yes. Yes, please come.
So, hi everyone, I'm Vinayak. I'm working as a competitive intelligence professional at DataSense Bangalore.
So, what percentage of Indian population use smartwatches? This was one of the discussion points. Yes. Sir, Iri sir, let them answer. Yes, yes. Yes, what percentage of Indian population use smartwatch? Iri, wait.
10%?
Yes, sir?
10%?
No, wrong. White shirt. No. I'll give you a prize for this. What percentage? The one who has not got prize can answer. Yes. Come. Or else I would have given it to you, sir. You give it, ma'am. See, he's numerically very sound. My goodness.
This is Nikita, first year student in IIHMR Bangalore.
Thank you. And my last question goes like, diagnosis was discussed by one of our speakers. Yes. So which was the disease he named? Go. It's gone. Gone. I'll give it to you, sir.
Cancer.
Thank you so much for being all attentive. Thank you so much for the day. I think, yes, sir. Ma'am should be giving a prize to sir. One to Dr. Jyoti also, ma'am. She's answered all the questions, waiting for one single prize. Big round of applause for your teacher. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nana, for such an interactive quiz session. This literally lightened up the mood of the room. Thank you so much.
As we approach the conclusion of this enriching day, I request Dr. Pratap Nair, Professor IIHMR Bangalore, to share the closing remarks, reflecting on the key takeaways and future directions.
Thank you very much. I think only our students are available. But anyway, uh, before I start the discussion about the Gen Z is very fresh in the mind, so I would share my thought. When I think about the naughtiest thing which I did in the Gen Z, my age, I think today there is no Gen Z. That time I was a Gen Z. Sanjay Gandhi was a Gen Z. So there are a lot of he actually, without a commercial pilot license, he ventured into flying a helicopter. So there's nothing called Gen Z existing. Those days we were the Gen Zs. Now it's you. Or even the positive things. When I think about the fastest thing which I did, I belong to the Gen Z of today. Then, so this is my concluding remarks. But I would like to call it as a beginning remark, basically because of two reasons. One, we have never seen these kind of conferences where there's a perfect synergy between the industry and the academia. So this is my remarks, not for the conclusion, but for the new beginning. So my gratitude to the visionary leaders of IIHMR, distinguished panelists and speakers, and industry leaders, and my dear students. As we come to the close of this Pharma Tech Converge organized by IIHMR, we conclude not just a conference. We take forward a powerful exchange of ideas that has challenged us to think bigger, act faster, and also innovate smarter. And today's discussion, actually we started by the solo speech on AI, especially AI in the area of drug discovery, and then later on by Bhaskar Rajkumar on the digital part. So what we actually conclude is that we are sitting on the potential of becoming number one in India as well as number one in the world. As we become the IT capital of the world, there is a huge potential which we have to, unlock the potential. That is one of the conclusion. And please be aware of the fact that, and please be internalize and be happy with the fact that, you are started it. Maybe years later, you might tell your kids or the grandchildren that we have started it. We were the part of the first few conferences. Now, reimagining pharma, transitioning from traditional generics to transformative therapy. So today's discussion was clearly demonstrated that pharmaceutical and healthcare sector, we are standing at a defining moment, and this reminded us that India has become the pharmacy of the world, but that is not enough. Okay, at the same time, to realize the Viksit Bharat vision or the goal of 2047, India at 100 years, we must transition ourselves into the innovation hub of the world. Then we discussed about the GCC revolution. The point which actually came out is that, GCC was began by one of the person in India. He was a part of the discussion. And in the last 20 years, GCC itself has transitioned. So we have the global capability centers becoming the growth engine for research, analytics, digital transformation, and also global value creation in all departments of pharmaceutical industry. And finally, Srinivas and Shams are actually cracking the code on identifying the future leaders of pharma. Now, that part highlighted tomorrow's leaders. We need more than technical knowledge, but we also combine the scientific knowledge with empathy, agility, ethics, courage, and culture. And of course, the AI in drug discovery, there is an immediate scope for us to work with one of the speakers. And finally, um, it binds all this conversation together to one common message. The future belongs to those who innovate, collaborate, and prepare the talent for the future. A special appreciation to all the students and very young professionals present today. You are not just attendees of this conference, you are the architect of the future healthcare system. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. As we near the conclusion of today's insightful session, I request Dr. Subodh S. Satish, Assistant Professor, IIHMR Bangalore, to reflect on the key learnings and road ahead as a vote of thanks for the event.
Good evening to all. It is my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks for Pharma Tech Converge 2026, organized by IIHMR Bangalore. At this outset, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed Chief Guest, Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General, Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, and Chairman, IIHMR University, for the inspiring presence and insightful address that set the tone for today's conclave. We are deeply thankful to our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. Vikrant, Corporate Vice President and Managing Director, Novo Nordisk India Private Limited, for sharing his valuable perspectives and enriching this platform. I would also like to sincerely acknowledge Sri Sritvik Ranchanam Pandey, IAS, Principal Secretary to Government, Department of Health, Government of Karnataka, and Dr. S.T. Gupta, President, IIHMR Society, Jaipur, for their constant support and encouragement. Though they could not join us today, their guidance and association with this event is deeply valued. I extend my respectful thanks to our esteemed dignitaries, Dr. Usha Manjunath, Professor and Director, IIHMR Bangalore, for her leadership and vision in organizing this conclave. Professor S. Sadagobin, Visiting Distinguished Professor, IIHMR Bangalore, and former Director, IIITB Bangalore, for his valuable presence and insights. Dr. C.S. Kedar IAS, retired, Senior Advisor, IIHMR Bangalore, and former Director General, ESIC, for his continued guidance and support. A special note of appreciation to all our panel moderators and panelists. Mr. Anup Sons, founder editor, Medicine Man. Mr. Varadarajan Satyamurthy, Executive Vice President, HR, Commercial Excellence and LOD, Microlabs Limited. Dr. Anju Mishra, Vice President, Pharma Research and Analytics, CFII. Mr. Mohan Devdiga, Chief Operating Officer, Graphene AI. Mr. Vikrant Gill, Senior Director, Marketing and Insights, Fortia. Mr. Sanjeev Shishu, former CVP, Global Service Center, Novo Nordisk. Mr. Shilpa Ahir, Global Lead, GCC Strategy, Performance and Analytics, Sandoz. Mr. Himanshu Sehgal, Founder and Director Delivery, Octavus Consulting. Mr. Kamaljit Behra, Director, Global Analytics, IQVIA. Mr. K.S. Srinivas, Global Lead, Corporate Learning, Talent Development and Succession, Biocon Biologics Limited. Dr. Vivekanand Chandra Kumar, Regional Head, Administration, Kaveri Hospital. Mr. Abhishek Kumar, CEO, Ripples Learning. Your enriching discussions across 3 panel discussions truly reflected the theme Augmented Intelligence and Transformative Therapies, highlighting the evolving synergy between human expertise and advanced technologies in the pharmaceutical industry. We are equally grateful to our distinguished speakers, Dr. Bhaskar Rajkumar, Physician Leader CEO, Charaka, and Program Director, ARPAC, Ms. Rubal Sabawal, Founder and Principal Consultant, Rubal Sabawal Advisory, for their insightful presentations on digital health, AI, and emerging technologies shaping the future of pharma. Our sincere thanks to all industry leaders, academicians, and participants whose active engagement made this conclave a vibrant platform for dialogue and collaboration. We also take immense pride in successful launch of PGDM Pharmaceutical Management program at IIHMR Bangalore, a significant milestone aimed at nurturing future-ready professionals for evolving pharmaceutical ecosystem. I would also like to acknowledge our industry partners, media partners, and entire organizing team, including conveners, co-conveners, faculty members, student volunteers, organizing committee members, whose dedicated efforts ensured the seamless execution of this event. I would also like to thank press, TV, digital media for for this evening, this Infant Club. I thank the Capital Hotel for providing the best facilities. Finally, I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who contributed directly and indirectly for making Pharma Tech Converge 2026 a grand success. With this, I conclude. Thank you, everyone. Wishing you a pleasant day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I request everyone to please stand up for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे